Before Auschwitz became a symbol, before Treblinka and Sobibor were built, there was Chełmno. There were no vast barracks, no sprawling railway complex, no towering gates carved with slogans. There was only a quiet village-occupied Poland, a manor house, a forest road, and trucks that drove in full and returned empty. Chełmno was the first extermination camp designed solely for killing. It was here, in late 1941, that the Nazis perfected a new method of murder, not with firing squads, not yet with permanent gas chambers, but with sealed vans. Victims were told they were being transported for resettlement. Instead, they were locked inside metal compartments. Engine exhaust was redirected inward. The drive to the forest became the killing process. By the time the doors were opened again, silence had replaced hope. This was industrialized murder in its experimental phase. Chełmno became the proving ground, the place where ideology turned into engineering, and bureaucracy learned how to make death routine. More than 150,000 men, women, and children were murdered here, many from the Łódź Ghetto, long before the world understood what was happening. Before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters, and together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, Segment 1. Before the camps, the road to Chełmno. Long before the name Chełmno became associated with death, it was an ordinary place. A small village in western Poland, surrounded by quiet fields, narrow roads, and winter forests that seemed untouched by history. Nearby stood a modest manor house in the village of Chełmno nad Narem, a structure that had once belonged to landed families and had seen generations pass through its doors without violence. Nothing about the building suggested what it would become. Nothing about the landscape hinted that it would soon hold one of the earliest purpose-built extermination centers of the Holocaust. But the story of Chełmno does not begin in that village. It begins with ideas. For decades before the Second World War, anti-Semitism had circulated across Europe, sometimes openly, sometimes disguised as politics, sometimes hidden in conspiracy theories and racial pseudoscience. In Germany, after the First World War, these ideas hardened. Economic collapse, humiliation from the Treaty of Versailles, and political instability created fertile ground for radical ideologies. Among them was National Socialism, a movement that promised renewal, unity, and strength, while quietly constructing a worldview built on racial hierarchy. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, anti-Semitism was no longer merely prejudice. It became state doctrine. Laws were passed. Jewish citizens were stripped of civil rights. Businesses were boycotted. Marriages were restricted. Propaganda flooded newspapers, schools, and radio broadcasts, portraying Jews not as neighbors, but as enemies within. Violence followed, most visibly during Kristallnacht in 1938, when synagogues burned and thousands were arrested. Still, at this stage, the Nazi regime had not yet developed a centralized plan for total extermination. Discrimination, segregation, forced emigration, these were the tools in use. The machinery of mass murder had not yet been assembled. That would change with war. In September 1939, Germany invaded Poland. Within weeks, Polish defenses collapsed, and the country was divided between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. The western regions of Poland, including the Wartheland, where Chełmno was located, were annexed directly into the German Reich. This was not occupation in the temporary sense. It was intended as permanent expansion. In these newly annexed territories, Nazi authorities moved quickly to reshape society according to racial ideology. Polish elites were arrested. Intellectuals were targeted. Jews were forced into ghettos, overcrowded urban districts sealed with walls and barbed wire. In cities like Łódź, Tens of thousands were confined into spaces too small to sustain life. Food rations were cut to starvation levels. Disease spread rapidly. Yet even as ghettos filled, Nazi officials faced a logistical question. Deportation to distant territories had been considered. Forced labor was already widespread. But as the war deepened and Germany prepared for a broader campaign eastward, radical solutions gained traction. The turning point came with a program that did not initially target Jews at all. Beginning in 1939, the Nazi regime initiated what became known as the T4 euthanasia program, a secret operation aimed at killing Germans with physical and mental disabilities. Doctors and administrators selected patients deemed unfit. They were transported to facilities disguised as medical centers. There, they were murdered using carbon monoxide gas in sealed chambers. The T4 program marked a horrifying evolution. It combined ideology, bureaucracy, and technology into a coordinated killing system. Forms were signed, transport lists prepared, death certificates falsified. Families received letters claiming natural causes. Gas became a tool not of battlefield combat, but of controlled indoor extermination. Although public protest in Germany eventually forced the regime to scale back the program officially, the personnel involved, administrators, doctors, technicians, did not disappear. They gained experience. They refined methods. They learned how to kill efficiently, quietly, and in secrecy. When the war against the Soviet Union began in June 1941, mass shootings by Einsatzgruppen units followed the advancing German army. Entire Jewish communities were rounded up and executed in forests and ravines. These massacres killed hundreds of thousands. But they presented challenges. Ammunition was required. Execution squads reported psychological strain. Bodies had to be buried or concealed. The Nazi leadership began seeking alternatives that would reduce what they considered burdens on perpetrators while increasing efficiency. It was in this context that Chełmno emerged. By late 1941, the Jewish population of the Łódź Ghetto had grown beyond 160,000. Conditions were catastrophic. German authorities in the Wartheland, led by Gauleiter Arthur Greiser, pressed for a more final solution within their district. Deportation elsewhere was uncertain. Starvation was slow. Shooting was visible. A method already tested in the T4 program, gas, would be adapted. But Chełmno would not be built like later extermination camps. There would be no permanent gas chambers constructed from concrete. Instead, mobile killing units would be employed. Sealed vans in which engine exhaust could be redirected into the cargo compartment. The village of Chełmno nad Narem offered certain advantages. It was isolated yet accessible by road. A manor house stood ready to serve as a processing site. Nearby forests provided space for mass graves. The location lay within territory firmly controlled by German authorities, reducing the risk of outside scrutiny. Planning moved quickly. By November 1941, preparations were underway. Personnel included members of the SS and police units, as well as individuals previously involved in the T4 program. They brought experience not only in killing, but in concealment, falsified paperwork, deception tactics, and logistical coordination. What made Chełmno distinct was not only its method, but its purpose. It was designed solely for extermination. There was no long-term labor component for the majority of those transported there. Victims would arrive, be processed under the guise of resettlement, and be killed within hours. The manor house became the reception point. Victims were told they would be disinfected before relocation. They were ordered to undress. Valuables were collected and catalogued. Then they were directed into the back of a van. Once sealed, the engine was started. Exhaust was piped inward. The van drove to the forest. Chełmno began operations in December 1941. months before the construction of the larger Operation Reinhard camps. It became, in effect, the first stationary site dedicated exclusively to mass killing by gas. The road to Chełmno had been paved not only by hatred, but by gradual normalization. Laws had prepared the ground. Ghettos had concentrated victims. War had removed restraints. The T4 program had provided technical knowledge. Local officials had supplied urgency. By the time the first transport departed the Łódź Ghetto, the system was already in place. What awaited in that quiet village was not chaos, but design. In the next segment, we will step inside the manor house itself and follow the first days of Chełmno's operation as deception turned into routine and a village became the birthplace of a new phase in the Holocaust. Chapter 1, Segment 2. The Manor House and the First Transports. In the winter of 1941, the manor house at Chełmno stood quiet beneath gray skies. Snow gathered along the edges of its roof. The surrounding village roads were narrow, edged by bare trees and frozen fields. To an outsider, nothing appeared unusual. There were no towering gates, no massive barracks complexes, no long barbed wire perimeters like those that would later define the great extermination centers. Chełmno did not need spectacle. It needed secrecy. The manor house became the heart of the operation. It was not built for mass death. It had once been a private estate, modest but solid, with thick walls and several rooms that could be repurposed. SS personnel transformed it into a reception and processing center. Windows were covered. Rooms were cleared. Signs were prepared to create the illusion of order and procedure. Because deception was central to Chełmno's function. The first victims transported there came primarily from nearby towns and villages in the Wartheland region. Jewish communities already destabilized by forced relocations, confiscations, and ghettoization. By December 1941, transports from the Łódź Ghetto began as well. The victims were told they were being moved for labor or resettlement. Rumors circulated, but clarity was rare. In conditions of hunger and fear, hope can survive on the thinnest thread. The journey to Chełmno was not long. That, in itself, reinforced the illusion. This did not feel like transport to a distant frontier. It felt administrative, local, a relocation within a controlled region. Upon arrival, the victims were led into the courtyard of the manor house. Guards directed them inside in groups. The process was efficient. Orders were barked in German, sometimes translated into Polish or Yiddish. They were told they would undergo disinfection before resettlement. Bathing and clothing exchange were standard procedures in ghettos and labor camps. The explanation did not immediately arouse panic. Inside the building, rooms were arranged to separate men, women, and children. Valuables were collected under the pretense of safekeeping. Jewelry, watches, documents, all catalogued and sent onward into the Reich's confiscation system. The Nazis had perfected the integration of theft into bureaucracy. Then came the next instruction: undress completely. Victims were told that clothing would be returned after showering. Piles of garments grew rapidly. Shoes were stacked. Eyeglasses gathered in heaps. Personal identity reduced to objects. The rooms themselves were not gas chambers. That function would be carried out elsewhere. Instead, the manor house served as the staging point, the psychological transition from uncertainty to fatal vulnerability. From there, victims were led outside to waiting vehicles. The gas vans. These were not specially designed from the ground up as killing machines. They were modified trucks, cargo compartments sealed to prevent air from escaping. Metal floors, reinforced doors, pipes connecting the exhaust system to the interior space. The victims were told they were being transported to another location. They were forced into the back of the van, packed tightly together. The doors were shut and sealed. Then the engine was started. Carbon monoxide from the exhaust was redirected into the cargo area. The van would drive slowly from the manor house to a forest clearing several kilometers away. During that journey, perhaps 10 to 15 minutes, the gas filled the enclosed space. Panic would have erupted almost immediately. Darkness, compression, the sound of the engine, the absence of air. By the time the van reached the forest, most inside were dead. Those who were not were killed before unloading. The forest near the village of Rzutcho became the burial ground. Mass graves were dug in advance. Members of a forced labor detachment, Jewish prisoners kept alive temporarily to maintain the operation, were ordered to remove the bodies from the vans. They searched pockets for hidden valuables. They dragged corpses into pits. Lime was sometimes spread. Soil was pushed over the top. Then the van returned to the manor house, and the process began again. Chełmno operated on repetition. There were no large barracks for prisoner populations, no selection lines separating laborers from immediate death on a massive scale. Chełmno's victims were not meant to stay. The entire system was structured around rapid turnover. Arrival, deception, undressing, gassing, burial. It was extermination condensed into hours. The personnel involved were relatively few compared to later camps. A small corps of SS officers oversaw the process. They were supported by German police units and a limited number of local collaborators. Crucially, several staff members had prior experience in the T4 euthanasia program. They brought with them knowledge of gas as a method of killing, familiarity with secrecy, and the bureaucratic discipline required to maintain schedules and records. Even in its early phase, Chełmno functioned with administrative precision. Transports were scheduled. Lists were prepared. Confiscated goods were sorted and shipped. Deaths were recorded under falsified causes. Paperwork moved alongside bodies. But Chełmno's early months were not entirely without technical problems. Gas vans required maintenance. Engines could fail. Bodies sometimes showed visible signs of struggle that required explanation. Burial pits filled quickly. Winter conditions complicated digging. Solutions were implemented. Procedures refined. The killing became smoother. By early 1942, Chełmno had become a steady mechanism of annihilation. Entire communities from surrounding towns were erased. From the Łódź Ghetto, deportations increased. The illusion of resettlement persisted long enough to prevent widespread revolt. Because at Chełmno, secrecy was maintained not only through isolation, but through speed. Few survived long enough to tell what they had seen. And yet, even within this system, small cracks began to form. Labor detachments forced to handle bodies witnessed everything. Some memorized details. Some passed whispers along transport routes. Rumors traveled back toward ghettos, though often too late to prevent the next departure. The manor house stood at the center of it all, a building that looked ordinary, that concealed extraordinary violence within its walls. In the next segment, we will examine how Chełmno expanded its operations, how burial gave way to cremation in an attempt to erase evidence, and how the camp became a testing ground for methods later integrated into the wider machinery of Operation Reinhard. Chapter 1, Segment 3. The Forest of Rzutcho and the First Phase of Killing. Beyond the manor house, beyond the courtyard and the waiting gas vans, lay a stretch of woodland that would become the true landscape of Chełmno's crime. The forest near the village of Rzutcho was quiet, dense, and ordinary, the kind of place where villagers once gathered wood or walked narrow paths between trees. By late 1941, it had been transformed into a burial ground hidden in plain sight. The vans left the manor house one after another, engines humming steadily as they rolled along frozen roads. Inside the sealed compartments, the air thinned, then vanished. Panic turned to collapse. Silence followed. By the time the vehicles reached the forest clearing, The victims were already beyond help. At the clearing, mass graves had been prepared in advance. Jewish prisoners selected for temporary labor, known later as the Sonderkommando at Chełmno, were forced to unload the bodies. They were not spared out of mercy. They were kept alive because the system required hands to continue functioning. These men witnessed every stage of the process. They opened the van doors. They disentangled bodies pressed together by terror. They dragged them across frozen ground and lowered them into pits dug deep enough to conceal entire transports. The work was relentless. Bodies were stacked in layers. Lime was sometimes poured between them to slow decomposition and reduce odor. Soil was pushed back into place. The ground was flattened to hide disturbance. Then the laborers waited for the next van. There was no pause long enough for grief. No time for reflection. The system moved quickly, and those forced to maintain it understood that their own survival was temporary. Chełmno, in its first phase, did not rely on large-scale crematoria. Burial was the primary method of disposal. The forest floor began to swell with hidden graves, each marking the end of entire families, entire streets from towns that would soon appear strangely empty on maps. From December 1941 into early 1942, transports intensified. The Łódź Ghetto became a primary source of victims. Tens of thousands were deported in waves, told they were being relocated for work in the East. Few returned. Fewer still sent messages back. Inside the ghetto, confusion reigned. Some believed the deported were being resettled. Others sensed something worse but lacked proof. Chełmno's design depended on that uncertainty. In the forest, the labor detachments began to notice changes. Decomposition in shallow graves caused the earth to shift. Odors rose in warmer weather. The sheer volume of burials created logistical strain. The pits filled faster than anticipated. The camp's administrators recognized a problem, not moral, but practical. A system built for secrecy was leaving physical evidence beneath the soil. By the spring and summer of 1942, Chełmno had already killed tens of thousands. Entire Jewish communities from the Wartheland region had vanished. Yet the camp remained largely unknown beyond those directly involved. No towering smokestacks signaled its presence. No sprawling barracks betrayed its purpose. It was a small operation in appearance and immense in consequence. The SS personnel overseeing Chełmno operated with calculated detachment. Many had previous experience in the T4 euthanasia program, where gas had been used in institutions to kill the disabled under medical pretense. They carried forward not only technical knowledge, but a mindset: killing as procedure, death as paperwork. Reports were filed. Numbers were recorded. Property was cataloged and shipped back into the German economy. Clothing, shoes, valuables, all integrated into the Reich supply chains. Nothing was wasted. Even murder was structured to produce material gain. But beneath this efficiency lay instability. The labor detachments, though tightly controlled, represented a vulnerability. They saw everything. They handled the bodies. They understood the mechanism. And because they understood, they could potentially testify. The solution was brutal but predictable. Periodically, entire labor groups were executed and replaced with new arrivals from subsequent transports. Witnesses were erased to preserve secrecy. Knowledge was buried alongside the dead. Even so, fragments of truth survived. A handful of prisoners managed to escape during different phases of Chełmno's operation. Their testimonies, given later, would provide some of the earliest direct accounts of extermination through gas vans. They described the manor house, the sealed trucks, the forest pits. Their words were initially met with disbelief. The scale seemed impossible. Yet Chełmno was real. By mid-1942, the camp had entered a rhythm of killing that felt almost mechanical. Vans cycled between manor and forest. Graves deepened. Deportation lists grew longer. The operation required no dramatic spectacle, only repetition. It is important to understand that Chełmno was not yet part of the fully developed Operation Reinhard system that would soon produce camps like Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka. Instead, Chełmno functioned alongside these developments, a parallel extermination site targeting the Wartheland region. But its methods, especially the use of gas vans and rapid disposal, influenced broader Nazi thinking about efficiency and concealment. As the war shifted and fronts expanded, the SS began to anticipate future scrutiny. Burial alone would not be enough to hide the crime. In late 1942 and into 1943, Chełmno entered a new phase, one focused not only on killing, but on erasing what had already been done. Graves were reopened. Bodies were exhumed. Pyres were constructed from rails and wood. Corpses were burned in massive open-air cremations in the forest. Ashes were crushed and scattered. The earth was flattened again, as if nothing had happened. The attempt to rewrite the landscape began. But before we reach that stage, we must understand the scale achieved during this first period. By the time Chełmno temporarily ceased operations in early 1943, it had already claimed well over 100,000 lives, primarily Jews from Łódź and surrounding districts, along with Roma and others targeted by racial policy, all through a manor house and a handful of trucks. In the next chapter, we will examine how Chełmno paused, reorganized, and later resumed operations, and how the effort to erase evidence became as systematic as the killing itself. Chapter 2, Segment 1. The expansion of killing and the logic of efficiency. By early 1942, Chełmno was no longer an experiment. It had become a functioning extermination site operating with disturbing regularity. What had begun as a regional solution to what Nazi officials called the Jewish question in the Wartheland was now a structured killing operation feeding into the broader machinery of genocide unfolding across occupied Europe. The deportations intensified. From the Łódź Ghetto, transports departed in carefully organized waves. Lists were prepared by German administrators within the ghetto's Judenrat under pressure and threat. Families were told to assemble with limited luggage. They were instructed that they were being sent east for labor resettlement. The deception was deliberate and methodical. Fear existed, but certainty did not. That uncertainty kept resistance minimal. Upon arrival in Chełmno, the same process unfolded with chilling consistency. Prisoners were unloaded near the manor house. Guards shouted orders in German. Interpreters repeated instructions. Valuables were surrendered. Luggage was labeled and stacked. Clothing was removed under the pretense of delousing and bathing. People were rushed forward before questions could form. The gas vans waited nearby, engines idling. What distinguished Chełmno during this period was not just its brutality, but its administrative clarity. Every step was documented. Transport numbers were recorded. Property was catalogued and redistributed. Even the number of victims per van load was noted to maximize capacity without compromising the sealing mechanism. The system was refined not emotionally, but technically. Efficiency became the guiding principle. The gas vans themselves were adjusted over time. Mechanics ensured better sealing. Exhaust systems were modified to increase lethal speed. Drivers learned how long the journey to the forest should take to ensure that by the time the rear doors opened, there would be no survivors left to complicate unloading. Killing was calibrated to distance and duration. In the forest at Rzutcho, burial pits expanded. Initially dug as individual trenches, they became massive excavations capable of holding thousands. Labor detachments, prisoners kept alive only to serve the process, were forced to deepen and widen the graves as deportations increased. Their work grew more exhausting as winter turned to spring and the ground softened. Bodies accumulated faster than decomposition could manage. By mid-year, Chełmno had become the primary killing site for Jews from the Łódź region and surrounding towns such as Kolo, Klodowa, and Daby. Entire communities disappeared within days of deportation. Those left behind in the ghettos heard rumors but lacked confirmation. The camp's isolation, combined with swift killing, prevented large-scale information leaks. Unlike later extermination camps that relied on large permanent gas chambers, Chełmno's mobile method allowed flexibility. Vans could be moved, routes adjusted, procedures altered. The camp required fewer permanent structures, making it easier to conceal. Its compact size was intentional. It did not need sprawling barracks because prisoners were not meant to stay. The killing was immediate, but the speed of extermination created logistical strain. The number of victims surpassed initial expectations. Burial sites began to show signs of disturbance as decomposition gases expanded beneath the soil. Odors traveled beyond the forest. Local residents noticed unusual activity. Trucks moving at odd hours, guarded perimeters, restricted access. Secrecy required adaptation. The SS leadership overseeing Chełmno maintained close communication with regional authorities. Reports were sent up the chain of command within the SS and police structure. The camp commander and his subordinates treated operations as a task assignment, not a battlefield mission. Their language was bureaucratic. Words like special treatment replaced direct acknowledgement of murder. The victims, however, were not numbers in isolation. Among those deported were elderly grandparents, factory workers, school children, rabbis, tailors, musicians, and entire hospital wards. Roma families were transported as well, particularly from the Łódź region. Soviet prisoners of war were also killed during certain phases. The diversity of those targeted reflected the racial and political scope of Nazi ideology. Chełmno became a testing ground for extermination without spectacle. It lacked the massive infrastructure that would later define Auschwitz-Birkenau. There were no towering chimneys visible from afar. There were no sprawling rail ramps. Instead, there was a manor house and a forest, ordinary settings transformed into instruments of destruction. Yet the absence of scale did not diminish the impact. By late 1942, tens of thousands had already been killed. The pace remained steady. Deportation schedules were synchronized with ghetto clearances. As districts were emptied, transports followed one another without pause. The forest graves grew deeper. Within the camp, SS personnel rotated duties. Some guarded prisoners. Others supervised property sorting. Drivers maintained vehicles. The killing required coordination, but not complexity. That simplicity was part of its design. Fewer moving parts meant fewer vulnerabilities. Still, the leadership understood that burial alone could not conceal such vast numbers indefinitely. Rumors began to circulate within higher SS circles about the need to eliminate physical evidence. Lessons from earlier mass shootings in Eastern Europe had demonstrated that open graves left traces. If the war shifted direction, these sites could become proof. Chełmno stood at the intersection of two phases of the Holocaust: the early period of improvised mass murder and the increasingly industrialized system of extermination. Its administrators recognized that adaptation would be necessary. As 1942 progressed, plans quietly formed to transition from burial to systematic exhumation and cremation. The forest would need to be transformed again, this time not into a cemetery, but into an incineration ground. The killing, however, did not slow while those plans developed. Deportations continued into the autumn. Each transport followed the same path: arrival, deception, undressing, van loading, forest burial. Labor detachments were periodically liquidated and replaced to prevent knowledge from spreading. Witnesses were eliminated as routinely as victims. By the end of the year, Chełmno had already erased a significant portion of the Jewish population of the Wartherland. The camp remained relatively unknown outside occupied Poland. The wider world did not yet grasp the scale of what was occurring inside this quiet estate and surrounding woods. In the next segment, we will explore how Chełmno entered a new operational phase, one focused on eliminating the physical traces of its first year of extermination, and how that attempt at concealment would ultimately fail to silence the truth. Chapter 2, Segment 2. Erasing the Graves. Fire in the Forest. By the end of 1942, Chełmno had already swallowed tens of thousands of lives. The forest at Rzeszów held layer upon layer of mass graves. Long trenches carved into the earth, filled in haste, covered with soil that could not fully conceal what lay beneath. The camp had operated with ruthless efficiency, but burial alone was never meant to be permanent. The war had begun to change. In the east, the German advance stalled. News from Stalingrad signaled that the momentum of conquest was shifting. Within the SS leadership, a quiet realization began to spread. If territories were lost, mass graves could become evidence. The machinery of genocide required not only killing, it required silence. At Chełmno, that silence would now be enforced with fire. Orders arrived to exhume the bodies buried in the forest. Special units were organized for the task. Prisoners, primarily Jewish men selected temporarily for labor, were forced to reopen the graves they had once dug. They worked under guard, digging through layers of earth until shovels struck decomposing remains. The smell that rose from the pits was overpowering. The air thickened with decay. There was no dignity in this work, only repetition. The bodies, already in advanced stages of decomposition, were hauled from the graves and stacked in enormous pyres. Iron rails were laid across concrete bases or stone supports to create makeshift cremation grids. Wood was piled beneath and around the corpses. Fuel was added. When the fires were lit, they burned for hours, sometimes days, until flesh and bone were reduced to ash. The forest became an open-air crematorium. Smoke drifted through the trees. Ash settled onto the ground like gray snow. Guards supervised the burning process carefully, ensuring that no remains were left intact. Prisoners were forced to crush partially burned bones with wooden mallets or iron tools, reducing them further to powder. This ash was then scattered or reburied to eliminate recognizable traces. The process was methodical. Exhumation followed burial records. Pits were emptied systematically. The goal was total removal, not just of bodies but of proof. Chełmno was transforming from a burial site into a place designed to leave nothing behind. The labor detachments assigned to this gruesome task understood what it meant. They knew that once the graves were emptied, they too would be eliminated. Their existence was temporary, tied to a phase of concealment. The SS had no intention of allowing witnesses to survive. Some attempted escape. A handful managed to flee into the surrounding countryside during moments of chaos or distraction. A few would later provide testimony, fragments of truth carried beyond the forest. But most were recaptured or shot. The majority perished once their forced labor ended. As exhumation continued, deportations temporarily slowed. Chełmno's operation entered a transitional phase. Killing had not stopped entirely, but the focus shifted toward erasure. Gas vans still operated when transports arrived, yet the energy of the camp increasingly centered on fire and ash. The manor house, once a staging ground for deception, grew quieter during this period. The forest, by contrast, became the center of activity. Fires burned day and night. The sound of axes, shovels, and collapsing wood structures echoed between the trees. Guards rotated shifts to maintain constant oversight. This phase of Chełmno's history reveals a crucial dimension of the Holocaust. It was not only a project of destruction, but also of denial. The same bureaucracy that organized deportations now organized concealment. Reports were written, schedules were maintained, fuel was requisitioned. Even the act of burning bodies was integrated into administrative routines. Efficiency did not disappear when evidence needed to be erased. It simply adapted. By early 1943, many of the original mass graves had been emptied. The forest floor, once disturbed by hurried burial, was leveled. Ash mixed with soil. Paths were reshaped. The landscape was altered to resemble something ordinary, as though nothing extraordinary had occurred there. But beneath the surface, the truth remained. In March 1943, Chełmno temporarily ceased operations. Deportations from the Łódź Ghetto slowed as much of its Jewish population had already been exterminated. The SS dismantled parts of the camp infrastructure. Some buildings were taken down. Personnel were reassigned to other extermination sites under Operation Reinhard, including Sobibor and Treblinka. Chełmno appeared to fade, yet it was not closed permanently. In 1944, as the war situation deteriorated further and the Łódź Ghetto was finally liquidated, Chełmno was reactivated. The machinery of death, though reduced, resumed its work. Gas vans returned. Deportations resumed for the remaining Jewish population of the region. The forest would once again receive bodies. But this second phase operated under heightened urgency. The Red Army advanced steadily from the east. Time grew short. The SS understood that evacuation or abandonment would soon be inevitable. Killing accelerated. Concealment intensified. Prisoners forced to cremate bodies in 1944 were under even stricter control. Escape became nearly impossible.
Surveillance tightened.
Any sign of resistance was met with immediate execution. Still, the system was beginning to fracture. Supplies grew scarce. Communication faltered. Morale among guards weakened as the inevitability of defeat became clear. Yet even in collapse, the machinery did not simply stop. It continued until circumstances made continuation impossible. In January 1945, as Soviet forces approached, Chełmno was finally abandoned. Remaining prisoners were killed. Buildings were destroyed or left to deteriorate. The SS retreated westward, hoping that the forest would bury the past as effectively as their fires had attempted to. But Chełmno's erasure was incomplete. Unlike extermination camps dismantled earlier with more preparation, Chełmno's hurried abandonment left fragments. Physical remnants, scattered ash, survivor testimony. The forest could not fully conceal what had happened beneath its trees. The next segment will explore the final days of Chełmno, the fate of its perpetrators, and how this small, isolated camp would come to represent the earliest fully operational extermination site of the Holocaust. A place where killing was mechanized long before the world understood what that meant. Chapter 2, Segment 3. The First Killing Center, a system tested. By the time Chełmno entered its second operational phase in 1944, it was no longer an experiment. It was a proven system. What had begun in late 1941 as a method improvised from the T4 euthanasia program had become something far more structured. The gas vans, the manor house deception, the forest burial grounds, these were not chaotic inventions. They were rehearsed procedures. Chełmno had functioned as a testing ground, a prototype for mobile mass murder before the construction of larger extermination centers under Operation Reinhard. Here, the Nazis refined a terrifying concept: genocide without infrastructure visible to the public eye. There were no towering chimneys dominating the skyline, no vast railway complexes with elaborate selection ramps. Instead, Chełmno operated quietly, almost invisibly. Victims were told they were being relocated for work. Their belongings were carefully catalogued and sent back to German authorities. Their deaths occurred inside sealed trucks, out of sight from nearby villages. The forest absorbed what remained. This model offered advantages. It required fewer permanent structures, could be concealed within rural terrain. It allowed for rapid killing without the logistical burden of maintaining large prisoner populations. Most of those who arrived at Chełmno were murdered within hours. There were no long-term barracks filled with survivors. The turnover was immediate, but Chełmno also revealed limitations. Gas vans were slow compared to stationary gas chambers. The physical strain on the engines was significant. Drivers had to manage mechanical breakdowns and ventilation leaks. The psychological toll on personnel, even those hardened by ideology, was evident in reports and later testimonies. Some guards requested reassignment. Others relied heavily on alcohol. Efficiency demanded innovation. The experiences gained at Chełmno informed the development of extermination camps such as Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka, where fixed gas chambers replaced vans and throughput increased dramatically. Carbon monoxide from engines was channeled directly into sealed rooms. The process became more industrial, less dependent on mobile units. Chełmno stood at the beginning of that transition. It demonstrated that mass killing could be integrated into ordinary administrative systems. Deportation lists were prepared. Train schedules coordinated. Confiscated property inventoried and redistributed. Reports were sent up the chain of command noting numbers processed. Euphemisms replaced reality in official language. Resettlement, special treatment, evacuation. Language became another tool of erasure. Within the Łódź Ghetto, deportations to Chełmno were framed as transfers to labor sites. Families boarded trains with minimal luggage. They believed they were heading toward work assignments. Some even wrote postcards under duress, describing false destinations to reassure those left behind. The deception was systematic. At Chełmno, order and silence were maintained by routine. Prisoners forced into labor roles, sorting belongings, clearing vans, burying bodies, were kept isolated from incoming transports. Knowledge was compartmentalized. No one was meant to see the entire picture except the perpetrators. Yet even within this controlled environment, cracks formed. A handful of prisoners escaped during the camp's first operational phase. Among them were men who would later testify about the gas vans and forest burials. Their accounts, initially dismissed by some as exaggerated or unbelievable, became some of the earliest warnings of industrialized killing. But at the time, their words struggled to compete with disbelief. The scale of murder was difficult to comprehend. A camp without barracks full of survivors seemed implausible. A killing method hidden inside trucks appeared too crude, too secretive to represent systematic genocide. Yet that was precisely the point. Chełmno's design minimized witnesses. By 1944, as deportations from the remaining population of the Łódź Ghetto resumed, the process had become even more ruthless. The ghetto had endured years of starvation and forced labor under German occupation. Its inhabitants were already weakened, reduced to survival on the thinnest margins. When liquidation began, resistance was nearly impossible. Transports arrived once more at Chełmno. Gas vans once more rolled toward the forest. This time, the SS operated with urgency. The Red Army advanced steadily across Eastern Europe. Time was no longer on Germany's side. Deportations accelerated. Killing intensified. The forest burial and burning operations resumed with greater speed. Evidence had to disappear before Soviet troops arrived. In this final phase, the remaining Jewish laborers forced to exhume and cremate bodies were executed to eliminate witnesses. Guards dismantled equipment where possible. Documents were destroyed. Structures were damaged or abandoned. The manor house, once central to the deception, stood quieter as operations narrowed to pure elimination. But the erasure was incomplete. When Soviet forces liberated the region in January 1945, they found traces, mass grave sites, ash mixed into soil, remnants of buildings. Survivors from earlier escapes came forward. Testimonies were recorded. The story of Chełmno, once nearly invisible, began to surface in war crimes investigations. Post-war trials revealed the names of those involved: commanders, drivers, administrators. Some were convicted. Others evaded justice for years. The legal reckoning was uneven, but the historical record gradually formed. Chełmno's significance lies not only in its death toll, estimated at over 150,000 victims, primarily Jews from the Łódź region, but in its timing. It was the first fixed extermination camp to become operational in occupied Poland. It predated the large-scale gassing centers of Operation Reinhard. It proved that the Nazi regime had crossed a threshold from persecution and mass shooting into systematic extermination. The gas vans at Chełmno were not an aberration. They were a beginning. As we move into the next chapter, we will examine how Chełmno's model intersected with broader Holocaust policy, how decisions made in Berlin translated into action in forests and villages, and how a small camp became a blueprint for genocide that would engulf Europe. Chapter 3, Segment 1. From Ghettos to Gas Vans. The Path to Chełmno. Before the first gas van engine roared to life in the courtyard of the manor house at Chełmno, the path to mass murder had already been laid brick by brick. The Holocaust did not begin with camps like Chełmno. It evolved. In 1939, when Nazi Germany invaded Poland, millions of Jews suddenly fell under German control. The regime faced what it called the Jewish question on an unprecedented scale. At first, policy centered on segregation, forced labor, and territorial confinement. Ghettos were established in cities such as Łódź and Warsaw.
Barbed wire enclosed neighborhoods.
Food rations were reduced to starvation levels. Disease spread through overcrowded streets. This was persecution, brutal, dehumanizing, and deadly, but it was not yet the full machinery of extermination. By 1941, that machinery began to take shape. The invasion of the Soviet Union in June of that year marked a radical escalation. Mobile killing units known as the Einsatzgruppen followed German troops eastward, conducting mass shootings of Jewish communities. Entire villages were lined up at ravines and executed. The scale of killing grew rapidly. Hundreds of thousands were murdered in fields and forests. Yet even these mass shootings posed logistical and psychological challenges for the perpetrators. Ammunition was costly. Burial pits were time-consuming. Some SS officers reported emotional strain among shooters forced to kill face-to-face, day after day. The regime sought a method that would be more efficient, more impersonal, and easier to conceal. Chełmno emerged within this context. The Łódź Ghetto, established in early 1940, had become one of the largest Jewish ghettos in occupied Europe. By late 1941, German authorities considered its population, over 160,000 people, an economic and administrative burden. Starvation and forced labor had already claimed thousands of lives. But the regime was moving beyond exploitation toward elimination. In December 1941, Chełmno began operations as a killing center specifically designed to remove Jews from the Łódź region. The choice of location was deliberate. Chełmno lay within the Wartheland, a part of Western Poland annexed directly into the German Reich. Local Nazi officials had considerable autonomy. The rural setting provided isolation. Nearby rail connections allowed deportations to occur discreetly. The process was coordinated with bureaucratic precision. Lists were prepared in the ghetto. Deportation quotas were announced under the guise of resettlement. Families were ordered to gather at collection points. They were permitted limited luggage. The language used was administrative and calm. There was no public acknowledgement of death. From Lodz, transports traveled by train to Kolo. From there, victims were moved by truck to the village of Chełmno. The journey often lasted hours. Confusion and fear mounted, but hope persisted. Many believed they were being relocated for labor. At the manor house, the deception deepened. Victims were told they would be bathed and disinfected before continuing onward. Clothing was removed and sorted. Personal belongings were catalogued. Efficiency was emphasized. Guards maintained an appearance of routine. Then groups were herded into the sealed compartments of waiting vans. The shift from ghetto to gas van represented a transformation in Nazi policy. It marked the transition from containment and forced labor to systematic killing as state practice. This shift was not announced publicly. It was embedded in paperwork, in euphemisms, in internal directives that spoke of special treatment. The decision-making process remains debated by historians, but by late 1941, regional leaders such as Arthur Greiser in the Wartheland had clearly received authorization to eliminate Jews deemed unfit for labor. Chełmno became one of the first sites where that authorization was enacted in full. The victims were not only Jews from Lodz. Smaller communities from surrounding towns were also targeted. Roma families were deported. Polish Jews from rural districts were transported in waves. The killing center operated almost continuously through the winter months of 1941 and 1942. The cold did not slow the process. In fact, winter conditions often aided concealment. Snow absorbed blood. Frozen ground delayed decomposition, reducing immediate odor. The forest remained silent beneath ice and frost while engines ran in courtyards. Chełmno's role was clear. It was an early instrument of the final solution before that term became widely known even within Nazi ranks. By early 1942, discussions among senior officials culminated in the Wannsee Conference, where plans for the coordinated deportation and extermination of Europe's Jews were formalized. Chełmno was already functioning. It was proof of concept. The gas vans demonstrated that killing could be industrialized without massive infrastructure. It could be embedded within transport systems and rural landscapes, could proceed quietly, and it did. In the months ahead, Chełmno would reach its peak activity as deportations from the Łódź Ghetto intensified. Entire neighborhoods would disappear. Names would vanish from registries. Letters would cease. As we move further into this chapter, we will examine how daily life in the ghetto intersected with the death center at Chełmno, how ordinary routines coexisted with imminent destruction, and how the machinery of deportation operated from within the walls of confinement. Chapter 3, Segment 2. Life in the Łódź Ghetto, waiting for deportation. While the engines of the gas vans ran in the courtyard at Chełmno, life inside the Łódź Ghetto continued in a state of suspended dread. The ghetto had been sealed since 1940. Barbed wire divided it from the rest of the city. Wooden bridges were constructed over Aryan streets so that Jewish residents could cross without touching the German side below. By 1941, it had become a city within a prison, overcrowded, hungry, and cut off from the world. At first, the German authorities allowed the illusion of permanence. Factories were established. Workshops produced uniforms, boots, furniture, and military supplies for the Reich. The ghetto administration, led by Mordecai Chaim Rumkowski, believed that productivity might guarantee survival. Work, he insisted, is our only salvation. Every able-bodied man, woman, and child was pushed into labor. But survival through labor was a fragile promise. Food rations were deliberately insufficient. Bread was dark and heavy, often mixed with sawdust or filler. Soup was watery, sometimes little more than colored liquid. Meat was rare. Fat was almost non-existent. Malnutrition became universal. Bodies thinned, faces hollowed. Children's limbs swelled with hunger-related illness. Winter was merciless. Coal supplies were scarce. Families burned furniture for warmth. Frost formed on the inside of windows. Disease thrived in cramped rooms where multiple families shared a single space. Tuberculosis, typhus, and dysentery claimed lives daily. Funeral carts rolled through narrow streets before dawn. And then the deportations began. In January 1942, notices were posted. Selected groups were ordered to report for resettlement. The language was bureaucratic. The reasons were vague. The targets were often those deemed unproductive. The elderly, the sick, the very young. Panic spread, but clarity did not. Rumors circulated. Some believed deportees were being sent to work camps. Others whispered of shootings. Few could imagine gas vans hidden in a rural manor house. When deportation lists were announced, families were torn apart in hours. Mothers hid children in attics or cellars. Fathers attempted to bribe officials. Some voluntarily stepped forward in place of relatives. Others fled from collection points only to be dragged back by police. The gathering sites were chaotic. People arrived with bundles tied in cloth, suitcases filled with what little remained of their lives, photographs, prayer books, spare clothing. They were allowed limited luggage, reinforcing the illusion of relocation. German and Jewish police supervised loading onto trains. The trains moved slowly. Inside unheated freight cars, deportees endured cold and suffocation. There was little water.
No sanitaschen.
Children cried. Adults tried to maintain calm, repeating reassurances they barely believed. When the trains reached Kolo and the deportees were transferred to trucks bound for Chełmno, the separation from the ghetto was complete. Back in Lodz, silence followed. Apartments stood empty. Factories lost workers. Neighbors counted absences. Yet daily routines continued because they had to. Workshops resumed production. Bread lines formed each morning. The administration issued new quotas. Each deportation wave left the ghetto smaller. Between January and May 1942, tens of thousands were removed. Entire age groups disappeared. The community began to understand, gradually and painfully, that resettlement meant death. But understanding did not bring escape. The ghetto was sealed. Guards patrolled the perimeter. Barbed wire and watchtowers prevented flight. Even if someone managed to slip beyond the fence, where could they go? Outside lay hostile territory, anti-Jewish laws, and a population terrorized into silence. Fear became constant. Children learned to stay quiet when trucks passed. Parents rehearsed hiding plans. Some families created secret compartments behind walls or beneath floorboards. Others prepared false identity papers, though success was rare. And still the lists came. In September 1942, one of the most devastating actions unfolded, the so-called spare or curfew action. German authorities demanded the surrender of all children under 10, the elderly, and the sick. The announcement struck the ghetto like lightning. Rumkowski addressed the population with a speech that has haunted history. "Give me your children." He argued that sacrificing the youngest might save the rest. Families faced impossible choices. Many refused. Mothers clung to infants. Fathers hid sons in workshops. German police and Jewish order service units searched homes room by room. Screams echoed through courtyards as children were carried away. Most of those taken during the spare were sent to Chełmno. The ghetto survived, but only as a reduced, traumatized remnant of itself. Its population now consisted largely of working-age adults. The illusion that labor guaranteed safety deepened, because for a time deportation slowed. Yet Chełmno remained active in the background. The killing center depended on the ghetto's existence. It was a reservoir from which lives could be drawn as needed. The two places, one a prison of hunger, the other a site of immediate death, were connected by paperwork and rail lines. For those inside Łódź, daily life became a form of waiting. Waiting for the next announcement. Waiting for the next list. Waiting for the knock at the door. In the workshops, the sound of sewing machines and hammering metal masked the dread that settled into every conversation. Productivity charts were posted. Quotas were raised. The war intensified, and so did the pressure to produce. But beneath that surface of enforced routine lay the knowledge that survival was temporary. Chełmno was not a rumor anymore. It was a destination no one returned from. As we continue into the next segment, we will move closer to the mechanics of deportation itself, the coordination between ghetto authorities, German administrators, and the SS personnel at Chełmno, and examine how ordinary bureaucratic procedures enabled extraordinary destruction. Chapter 3, Segment 3. Between Illusion and Knowledge. By late 1942, the people of the Łódź Ghetto lived in a space between illusion and knowledge. They did not yet know every detail of Chełmno. They did not know the exact layout of the manor house, the mechanics of the sealed vans, or the forest clearings at Rzutcho. But they knew enough to fear the word transport, enough to understand that those taken did not write back, enough to see that the old, the sick, and the children never returned. And yet the ghetto continued to function. This contradiction was not accidental. It was structural. The Nazi system depended on rhythm, deportation followed by temporary stabilization, terror followed by routine, removal followed by work quotas. Each phase created just enough uncertainty to prevent total collapse, and just enough hope to prevent organized revolt. After the September 1942 spare, the ghetto was quieter. Its population had been reduced drastically. Entire schools vanished overnight. Playgrounds were empty. The sound of children's voices, once present even amid hunger, was gone. Workshops expanded. The German administration now regarded Łódź as one of the most productive ghettos in occupied Europe. Textile workshops stitched uniforms. Metal shops repaired equipment. Leather factories produced boots for the Wehrmacht. The ghetto became, in effect, an industrial compound surrounded by barbed wire. Rumkowski intensified the message: survival through labor. Posters emphasized discipline. Productivity statistics were circulated like lifelines. Those who worked harder believed, or tried to believe, that they had secured temporary protection. But Chełmno had not closed. After an initial wave of mass killings in early 1942, operations there slowed. By mid-1942, many assumed deportations had ended permanently. In reality, the SS had simply completed the first phase, the elimination of those deemed unfit. The machinery remained intact. In the forest of Rzutcho, mass graves were already vast. Bodies layered upon bodies, covered with earth and pine branches. The SS guards lived nearby in relative isolation, their work shielded by geography and silence. In the ghetto, time passed differently. Seasons turned. Winter returned. Starvation remained constant. Death from hunger and disease claimed thousands without the need for deportation. Mortality records were kept meticulously by the Jewish administration, numbers reduced to ink on paper. These records later became evidence. Because the Holocaust was not chaos. It was documentation. Births, deaths, labor assignments, rations, all recorded. At Chełmno, lists of deportees were compiled in advance. Trains were scheduled, trucks prepared, gas vans maintained. The system ran on forms and signatures. By 1943, whispers grew louder. Occasionally, fragments of information filtered back from outside. A railway worker might overhear something. A Polish villager might speak quietly to someone in the ghetto. A rare escapee from Chełmno might reach partisan territory and attempt to spread the truth. But such accounts were almost impossible to verify. The human mind resists the incomprehensible. How could an entire train vanish? How could thousands disappear without trace? How could death be so organized, so mechanical? For many, the full reality was too vast to grasp. Meanwhile, within Chełmno, a new phase began. In mid-1943, under orders linked to Operation 1005, the SS began to exhume earlier mass graves. Prisoners forced into labor detachments were ordered to dig up decomposing bodies and burn them on open-air pyres constructed from railway tracks and timber. The purpose was erasure. Ash was crushed. Bone fragments were pulverized. The forest floor was leveled. Trees were planted to disguise disturbed earth. The Nazis were not merely killing, they were planning for denial. But history does not disappear so easily. In the ghetto, life narrowed to survival tasks, standing in bread lines before dawn, mending torn boots for the 100th time, trading a spoon for a scrap of potato peel, listening for footsteps in stairwells. People adapted to terror not because they accepted it, but because they had no alternative. Some found strength in small acts of solidarity, sharing food, hiding neighbors during searches, maintaining clandestine religious observance. Others withdrew inward, conserving energy for the next day's labor. Chełmno remained a distant shadow until 1944. As the war turned against Germany and Soviet forces advanced westward, deportations resumed. This time, the victims included those who had survived earlier waves: workers, craftsmen, administrators. The illusion of protection collapsed. Trains again departed from Łódź toward Chełmno. The connection between ghetto and killing site tightened once more. For those who had believed that productivity guaranteed safety, the shock was devastating. The system had never promised survival. It had only delayed elimination. By early 1944, Chełmno's operations were nearing their final phase. Yet the ghetto's fate was already sealed. Within months, most remaining residents would be deported not to Chełmno, but to Auschwitz-Birkenau, where the scale of industrialized killing dwarfed even the gas vans. Still, Chełmno mattered. It was the beginning of systematic extermination by mobile gas. It was the laboratory in which murder was mechanized before larger camps refined the process. It demonstrated how rural isolation, administrative coordination, and deception could erase entire communities. And for the people of Łódź, it was the first destination of disappearance. As we move forward, we will step fully inside Chełmno itself, examining the structure of the manor house, the role of the Sonderkommando prisoners forced to assist in the process, and the daily rhythm of a camp designed not for imprisonment but for immediate annihilation. The shadow that hung over the ghetto began here, and in the forest clearing beyond the village road, the engines were already running. Chapter 4, Segment 1. The Manor House. Chełmno did not look like a death camp. There were no vast barbed wire fields stretching to the horizon. No endless rows of barracks like those at Auschwitz.
No towering gate proclaiming cynical slogans.
Instead, at the edge of a quiet village along the river stood a modest manor house. 2 stories, aging walls, surrounded by trees. It had once belonged to a landed Polish family. By the winter of 1941, it belonged to the SS. The transformation was subtle on the outside. Curtains in the windows, guards posted discreetly, vehicles arriving and departing at irregular hours. To a passerby, it might have appeared to be a requisitioned administrative building. But inside, the architecture had been redefined. Rooms were emptied, windows were sealed, walls reinforced, a basement area adapted for temporary confinement. Corridors reorganized to control movement in one direction only. Chełmno was not built to hold prisoners. It was built to process them. Deportees arrived first in the village square. They came by truck or by train, usually from the Łódź Ghetto and nearby districts. The journey itself was confusing. Families were told they were being resettled for agricultural labor. Luggage was permitted. Identification numbers recorded. There were no immediate screams. No visible mass violence. Order was essential. The SS men overseeing Chełmno understood that panic slowed efficiency. Deception kept the process moving. Deportees were instructed to assemble in groups. Valuables were collected for safekeeping. Personal belongings were stacked in orderly piles. Clothing was removed in designated rooms under the pretense of disinfection and bathing. The manor house functioned as a funnel. People entered through the front courtyard. They passed through registration points. They were guided downstairs or into holding chambers. Doors closed behind them. The flow was carefully timed so that each group moved forward as the previous one vanished. The SS personnel at Chełmno were relatively few in number compared to larger camps. Efficiency depended on precision rather than scale. Among them were men transferred from the T4 euthanasia program, individuals already experienced in organized killing through carbon monoxide gas. Chełmno became the first site in occupied Poland where those methods were adapted for mass extermination of Jews. The innovation was not architectural. It was mechanical. Parked behind the manor house were specially modified trucks, sealed cargo vans with reinforced doors and internal piping connected to the engine exhaust system. From the outside, they looked like ordinary transport vehicles. Inside, they were airtight chambers. Once a group had been stripped of belongings and forced toward the courtyard, they were told they would be transported to a bathing facility or work site. The language remained calm, procedural. Victims were packed tightly into the back of the van. The doors were sealed. Then the engine started. Carbon monoxide filled the compartment through a redirected exhaust pipe. Within minutes, oxygen levels dropped. Panic erupted in darkness. The vehicle began to move, not because movement was required, but because the shaking of the road hastened death. The destination was the forest of Rzutcho, several kilometers away. The manor house was therefore not the killing site itself. It was the staging ground. Its rooms contained clothing piles, confiscated jewelry, and administrative paperwork. Its courtyard heard the final coherent instructions spoken to thousands of men, women, and children. Its walls concealed the final moment when deception turned irreversible. The gas vans arrived in the forest clearing after roughly 15 to 20 minutes. By then, most inside were dead. Those still alive suffocated shortly afterward as the doors were opened. Prisoners, Jewish men forced into a Sonderkommando labor unit, removed the bodies. They untangled limbs. They searched for hidden valuables in clothing seams and hair. They dragged corpses to mass graves dug earlier in the sandy soil. These prisoners were themselves temporary. They were kept alive only as long as their labor was required. Periodically, they too were murdered and replaced. Back at the manor house, the next group was already being prepared. The rhythm repeated. Chełmno operated in cycles: arrival, undressing, loading, gassing, burial. It was intimate in scale, industrial in intent. Unlike camps later equipped with permanent gas chambers, Chełmno relied on mobility. The vans allowed killing to occur out of sight of the village center. Noise was limited. Smoke from burning bodies, when later exhumations began, drifted through forest canopy rather than visible chimneys. This relative invisibility contributed to its early secrecy. But secrecy was fragile. Local Polish villagers observed increased traffic. They noticed the absence of returnees. They saw smoke rising from the forest. Some were forced to assist under threat. Others avoided the area entirely. Whispers circulated. Within the manor house itself, SS men lived in a separate section. Meals were prepared. Reports were filed. Death counts were tallied. The language used was bureaucratic: special treatment, evacuation, processing. Murder was disguised in administrative vocabulary. It was a system built on compartmentalization. The driver focused on timing the engine. The guard ensured doors remained sealed. The clerk recorded transport numbers, each role isolated from the totality yet contributing to it. By the end of its first months of operation, Chełmno had murdered tens of thousands. The manor house became saturated not only with physical remnants, clothing fibers, dust, confiscated hairpins, but with the invisible residue of repetition. Each day resembled the last. Each transport blended into the next. There were no long-term prisoners wandering its grounds, only arrivals and departures that led to forest soil. As we move deeper into this chapter, we will follow the gas vans into the clearing itself, examining how mass graves were organized, how burial shifted to cremation, and how the SS attempted to erase physical evidence of what had taken place within and beyond the manor's walls. The house still stands today, quiet, ordinary in appearance. But for months in 1941 and 1942, it was the threshold through which entire communities passed, from deception into annihilation. Chapter 4, Segment 2. The Forest of Rzutcho. If the manor house at Chełmno was the entrance to death, the Forest of Rzutcho was its grave. A few kilometers from the village, beyond narrow rural roads and frozen fields, lay a clearing surrounded by tall pines. It was here that the gas vans arrived, engines humming, their cargo already silent or close to it. The forest was chosen deliberately. Trees absorbed sound. Sand made digging easier. Isolation ensured fewer witnesses. The killing did not end when the van doors closed. It ended when the doors opened. Prisoners forced into labor details, known later as the Waldkommando, the forest unit, waited at the clearing. They were Jewish men selected temporarily to assist in the disposal of bodies. Their task was mechanical and unending. As each van reversed into position, SS guards stood nearby, weapons ready, watching both the laborers and the landscape. The doors were unlatched. The first thing that escaped was air thick, poisoned, heavy with exhaust and human panic. Then the bodies fell forward, tangled together, faces pressed into coats and skin, limbs locked in the final struggle for breath. Some were already stiff. Others still twitched faintly. The forest detail worked quickly. They untangled the dead, searching for hidden jewelry, gold teeth, or valuables sewn into clothing. Rings were pulled from fingers. Hair was cut if necessary. Efficiency mattered more than dignity. The van had to return to the manor house for the next group. Mass graves had been prepared in advance. Long trenches dug into sandy soil. Bodies were dragged or carried to the pits and stacked layer upon layer. Lime was sometimes scattered. Earth was pushed over them. Then the cycle repeated. By early 1942, the forest contained dozens of such graves. Each trench represented hundreds of lives. Entire transports from the Łódź Ghetto, from nearby towns like Kolo and Daby, from villages emptied in coordinated deportations. The killing was constant enough that time blurred. The SS men overseeing the operation kept records, numbers of arrivals, numbers processed. But in the forest, arithmetic dissolved into repetition. The Waldkommando prisoners could not afford to think in totals. Survival depended on focusing on the immediate task. They knew, however, that their survival was temporary. The forest detail was periodically liquidated. After weeks or months, once too much had been seen, these laborers were themselves loaded into the vans or shot at the clearing's edge. New prisoners replaced them. The forest swallowed witnesses. As the graves filled, the SS faced a new problem: evidence. Reports from the Eastern Front had already begun to raise concerns within Nazi leadership about the visibility of mass shootings. At Chełmno, where killing was centralized and buried, the issue was not bullets but soil. Thousands of decomposing bodies altered the earth. The smell intensified in warmer months. Scavenging animals disturbed shallow graves. By mid-1942, orders were issued to exhume the bodies. The forest details task grew even more grotesque. Mass graves were reopened. Bodies, partially decomposed, were dragged out and stacked onto makeshift cremation grids built from railway tracks laid across stone foundations. Wood was piled beneath. Fuel was added. Fires were ignited. For days at a time, flames burned through the forest clearing. Smoke rose above the treeline. The smell carried into surrounding villages despite SS efforts to limit access. Ashes were crushed and scattered or reburied. Bones were broken to speed combustion. Nothing was to remain intact. This phase marked a shift in Chełmno's operation. What had begun as burial became systematic cremation, a precursor to the large-scale burning later seen in Operation Reinhard camps. The goal was not only murder but erasure. The forest thus became both cemetery and furnace. Local Polish civilians sometimes glimpsed the process from a distance. Some were forced to provide labor under guard. Others avoided the area entirely, aware that something catastrophic was unfolding but powerless to intervene. The secrecy surrounding Chełmno was less absolute than the SS desired. Rumors reached the Łódź Ghetto. Whispers circulated about gas vans, about forests where no one returned, about smoke that carried human remains. Resistance figures within the ghetto attempted to verify these accounts, but confirmation was elusive. Chełmno was designed precisely to prevent survivors. Unlike camps with large prisoner populations where occasional escapes were possible, Chełmno's structure minimized long-term detainees. Only the forest and manor labor units remained alive, and they were carefully monitored. Yet even here the system faltered. In January 1942, a small number of prisoners managed to escape from the forest detail. One of the most significant testimonies came from Sobibor Weiner, who fled Chełmno and reached Warsaw, where he relayed details of the gas vans and mass graves. His account became one of the earliest concrete reports of extermination by mobile gassing. Though many dismissed such reports as impossible, seeds of knowledge had been planted. Meanwhile, in the forest, the machinery continued. Transports increased during certain periods, particularly during waves of deportation from the Łódź Ghetto. Children, elderly, entire families, none were spared. The absence of selection upon arrival meant almost every deportee met the same fate within hours. Chełmno's design eliminated delay. There were no barracks to overcrowd.
No prelong starbaschen stallis.
Death was immediate, mechanical, but this apparent simplicity masked profound cruelty. The deception at the manor house, the claustrophobic terror inside the vans, the indignity of mass graves, these elements formed a process as psychologically destructive as it was physically lethal. By 1943, as Operation Reinhard camps like Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka operated at even greater scale, Chełmno's initial phase slowed. In March 1943, the camp temporarily ceased operations. The manor house was partially dismantled. The forest clearing was further concealed. The SS believed their work there had been completed. They were wrong. Chełmno would reopen in 1944 for a final phase of killing, targeting the remaining Jews of the Łódź Ghetto as the Reich's defeat loomed closer. But before we reach that final chapter, we must understand how the forest of Rzutchow became a testing ground, how the use of gas vans, burial, and cremation at Chełmno informed broader extermination strategies. This was not an isolated crime. It was a prototype. In the next segment, we will examine the administrative structure behind Chełmno, who commanded it, how it fit into the Reich's hierarchy, and how ordinary men rationalized participation in a system designed to annihilate entire communities. The forest stands quiet today, but beneath its soil, and within the ash scattered among its roots, lies the memory of tens of thousands whose names were never recorded, whose deaths were reduced to transport numbers, and whose existence was meant to vanish without trace. Chapter 4, Segment 3. Operation 1005 and the attempt to erase Chełmno. By late 1942, the war had begun to shift. German armies that once advanced confidently across Europe were now retreating in the east. Reports filtered back to Berlin of Soviet investigations uncovering mass graves left behind by Einsatzgruppen shootings. The Nazi leadership understood something dangerous. The bodies were speaking. At Chełmno, the graves in the forest of Rzutcho were not just burial sites. They were evidence, and evidence had to disappear. This phase of destruction became part of a broader SS directive known as Operation 1005, a coordinated effort across occupied territories to exhume mass graves and burn the bodies in order to conceal proof of systematic murder. The operation was secret even within the Nazi hierarchy. Only select SS officers were informed of its true purpose. At Chełmno, the forest detail received new orders. The graves they had filled were to be reopened. Men who had spent months dragging bodies into pits were now forced to dig them back up. The soil was heavy with decay. The air thickened as layers were exposed. The laborers worked under constant guard, knowing they were destroying the last physical traces of thousands of lives, and that once this work was complete, they too would likely be eliminated. Improvised cremation systems were constructed in the clearing. Iron rails were laid across stone supports, forming large grates. Beneath them, wood was stacked in careful layers. Bodies were placed on top, doused with accelerants, and set alight. The fires burned for days at a time. Fat from decomposing bodies fueled the flames, creating a grotesque efficiency. Bones that did not fully burn were crushed with hammers or ground by hand. Ash was sifted. Larger fragments were reburned. What remained was scattered across the forest floor or buried again in smaller pits. The SS supervised every step. Their concern was not morality but thoroughness. Nothing identifiable could remain.
No intact skeletons. No clothing.
No personal items that could later be traced. Even gold teeth removed from corpses were collected and sent through official channels to the Reich's economic administration. Erasure was methodical. Villagers in surrounding areas noticed smoke rising continuously from the forest. The smell was unmistakable, but wartime fear silenced questions. Anyone who came too close risked arrest or execution. Within the forest detail, desperation grew. These men understood that once the graves were emptied and burned, their usefulness would end. They began whispering about escape. A few attempts were made. Some succeeded briefly, slipping into nearby villages or attempting to reach partisan groups. Many were caught. Recaptured prisoners were executed publicly in front of the others as warning. Still, hope flickered. In January 1942, one of the earliest escapees, Slama Br Weiner, had carried word of Chełmno's gas vans to Warsaw. Though he would later be killed, his testimony became part of underground reports sent to the Polish resistance and eventually to the West. It was among the first credible accounts of extermination by mobile gassing. But such warnings struggled to compete with disbelief. The scale of the crime seemed impossible. At Chełmno, the attempt to obliterate physical proof continued through 1943. By March of that year, the camp's first operational phase came to an end. Deportations slowed. The manor house was partially dismantled. The gas vans were removed. Sections of the forest clearing were leveled or replanted. The SS believed they had succeeded. The mass graves were gone. The fires had consumed what remained. The surviving forest laborers were executed to eliminate witnesses. Silence returned to Rzutcho. For several months, Chełmno appeared dormant, another hidden site in the vast geography of occupation. But the system that had created it was far from finished. In 1944, as the Red Army advanced and the Łódź Ghetto was finally liquidated, Chełmno reopened. This second phase was smaller but no less lethal. Remaining Jews from Łódź were deported once more to the manor house. Gas vans resumed their journeys between the building and the forest. By now, the killing process required little adjustment. It had already been perfected, yet the context had changed. Germany was losing. The SS grew increasingly frantic. Documentation was minimized. Records were destroyed. But time was running out. Soviet forces were approaching Lublin and other extermination sites. In July 1944, Majdanek fell into Soviet hands largely intact, shocking the world with physical proof of industrialized murder. Chełmno's leadership understood the risk. By early 1945, final orders were issued to eliminate remaining prisoners and abandon the site completely. On January 17, 1945, as Soviet troops closed in, the last Jewish prisoners at Chełmno were executed. Buildings were set on fire. Equipment was removed or destroyed. When Soviet forces arrived days later, they found ruins. But they also found traces, burned foundations, disturbed earth in the forest, personal belongings buried in haste, and most importantly, survivors, a handful of escapees who had lived long enough to testify. Among them was Mordecai Pochlebnik, one of the few who survived both the forest detail and subsequent escape attempts. His testimony after the war provided critical insight into the operation of gas vans, the burial process, and the attempt at total erasure. The Nazis had failed in one crucial respect. They could burn bodies. They could dynamite buildings. They could shoot witnesses. But they could not eliminate memory entirely. Chełmno stands today as a paradox. It was small compared to later extermination camps. It had no towering gates, no sprawling barracks complex. Yet it was the first stationary extermination center where gassing was used systematically against an entire regional population. It was a prototype. The lessons learned at Chełmno, deception at arrival, mobile gas units, burial and later cremation, strict limitation of long-term prisoners, informed and anticipated larger killing centers like Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka under Operation Reinhard. Chełmno demonstrated that genocide could be mechanized, that it could be disguised as relocation, that it could operate under bureaucratic language and scheduled transports. And it revealed something equally disturbing, that ordinary men, operating within a chain of command, could transform forests and manor houses into instruments of annihilation. Today, the forest of Rzutcho is quiet again. Trees stand where fires once burned. The ground appears ordinary. Visitors walk paths marked by memorial stones. Names are carved into plaques where records once reduced victims to numbers. The silence is heavy, because Chełmno was meant to vanish completely. Instead, it remains not as intact architecture but as testimony, as warning, as proof that even when perpetrators attempt to erase their crimes, fragments endure. In the next chapter, we will step back to examine the administrative framework behind Chełmno, the SS commanders, the chain of authority, and how this small extermination site fit into the wider architecture of the Holocaust. The gas vans were only machines. The forest was only ground. The true system lay above them, in offices, memos, and decisions that transformed policy into murder. Chapter 5, Segment 1. The Commanders and the Chain of Authority. Chełmno did not operate in isolation. It was not the work of a single officer, nor the spontaneous cruelty of local guards. It functioned because it was embedded within a larger system, one that connected regional SS leaders, police authorities, bureaucrats in Berlin, and logistical planners who treated deportation and extermination as administrative tasks. To understand Chełmno, we must step away from the forest and the gas vans for a moment and examine the structure that made it possible. At the top of the chain stood Heinrich Himmler, Reichsführer SS. By 1941, Himmler had consolidated immense power over policing, internal security, and racial policy within the Third Reich. His authority extended into occupied Poland, where racial cleansing was not a vague ambition but an active project. Beneath Himmler operated Reinhard Heydrich, head of the Reich Main Security Office, the RSHA. The RSHA coordinated the Gestapo, criminal police, and intelligence services. It also oversaw the planning of what would become known as the final solution. Chełmno emerged within this atmosphere of escalating radicalization. Its immediate regional authority lay with Arthur Greiser, the Nazi governor of the Reichsgau Wartheland, the annexed Polish territory that included Lodz. Greiser was among the most ideologically committed Nazi administrators. He viewed the Jewish population under his control not as citizens, nor even as prisoners, but as an obstacle to be removed permanently. It was Greiser who requested authorization for what he described in euphemistic language as special treatment for Jews deemed unfit for labor. The language mattered. In official correspondence, killing was rarely described directly. Instead, phrases such as evacuation, resettlement, or special measures concealed the true purpose. Bureaucratic terminology provided moral distance. It allowed murder to be processed as paperwork. Once approval was granted, responsibility for organizing Chełmno fell to SS and police leaders in the region. Among the key figures was Herbert Lang, an SS officer who had previously been involved in the T4 euthanasia program, the secret campaign that murdered disabled Germans using gas. Lang brought experience. He understood how gas could be used efficiently. He had seen how medicalized language and technical procedures could disguise killing as clinical necessity. At Chełmno, he adapted those methods to a new scale. Under Lang's command, the camp's early operations took shape. The manor house served as reception and deception site. The forest became burial ground. The gas vans, driven by trained personnel, formed the core mechanism of extermination. But Lang did not act alone. Below him were SS officers, drivers, guards, clerks, and interpreters. Some had backgrounds in policing. Others were recruited from auxiliary units. Many were not high-ranking officials but ordinary men in uniform who followed orders, filed reports, and maintained schedules. Their tasks were divided with precision. One group supervised arrivals and confiscated property. Another escorted victims into the vans. Drivers managed the vehicles and monitored the engine exhaust systems. In the forest, burial squads handled the removal and disposal of bodies. Clerical staff recorded transport numbers and inventories of seized belongings. Each role was compartmentalized. This fragmentation of responsibility was central to the system's functioning. No single individual had to confront the entirety of the crime at once. Instead, each performed a limited duty within a broader process. The moral weight was dispersed. When Lang was reassigned in 1942, leadership passed to other SS officers, including Hans Bothmann. Bothmann oversaw later phases of Chełmno's operation, including the reopening in 1944. Under his command, the killing procedures remained largely unchanged, but the urgency intensified as the war turned against Germany. Bothmann's reports emphasized efficiency. Transports were counted. Fuel consumption was monitored. Burial capacity was calculated. The language of industrial management permeated documents related to extermination. Above them all, regional administrators maintained communication with Berlin. The chain of authority ensured that Chełmno's actions aligned with broader policy shifts. including the Wannsee Conference of January 1942, where senior officials coordinated the implementation of the final solution across Europe. Chełmno predated Wannsee in practice. But after Wannsee, it became part of an increasingly coordinated network of extermination centers. It served as both prototype and proof of concept. Mass killing could be organized, scheduled, and concealed within bureaucratic frameworks. The administrative structure also facilitated secrecy. Orders were often transmitted verbally. Written directives avoided explicit language. Personnel were reminded of confidentiality under threat of severe punishment. Guards and drivers understood that discussion of their duties outside authorized channels could result in disciplinary action. Yet secrecy did not mean invisibility within the regime. Chełmno's existence was known to regional authorities. Its purpose was understood by those who directed transports. The fiction of resettlement was maintained outwardly for victims, not for the SS hierarchy. This dual reality, concealment from victims, clarity within command, illustrates the calculated nature of the system. The machinery of Chełmno depended on more than gas vans and forest pits. It depended on coordination between offices, supply chains for fuel and vehicles, allocation of personnel, and cooperation between civil administration and SS command. It was, in effect, a small but integrated component of state policy. When historians later examined post-war testimonies from Chełmno personnel, a recurring theme emerged. Many described themselves as cogs in a larger machine. They spoke of following orders, of administrative duty, of routine assignments. This language mirrored the structure itself. The system was designed so that responsibility flowed upward in theory but dissipated in practice. Each participant could claim limited agency. Each could point to superiors. The structure itself provided insulation. But the structure was not abstract. It was built by individuals who chose to participate. Men who signed documents. Men who drove vehicles. Men who guarded doors and supervised burial pits. Chełmno functioned because they did. In the next segment, we will examine how this chain of authority interacted with the broader economic and racial policies of Nazi-occupied Poland, and how extermination was woven into plans for territorial reshaping, forced labor allocation, and demographic engineering. The camp was not merely a site of killing. It was part of a vision for remaking Europe through removal, replacement, and terror, a vision carried out through offices as much as through forests. Chapter 5, Segment 2. Bureaucracy, Logistics, and the Economy of Extermination. Chełmno did not exist outside the machinery of the Nazi state. It was not a chaotic outburst of violence in a forgotten forest. It was embedded within systems of transportation, property seizure, demographic planning, and wartime production. Every transport that arrived at the manor house represented not only human lives, but paperwork, lists compiled, signatures authorized, trains scheduled, property inventoried. The Holocaust functioned because logistics functioned. In the Reichsgau Wartheland, German authorities had already begun a radical program of ethnic restructuring. Polish populations were expelled. German settlers were relocated into confiscated homes. Jewish communities were segregated into ghettos, most notably in Łódź, one of the largest ghettos in occupied Europe. By late 1941, overcrowding in Łódź had become severe. Food rations were minimal. Disease spread easily. Yet even within this deprivation, the ghetto served a purpose for German administrators. It concentrated Jewish labor for use in workshops producing goods for the Reich. But there were limits to exploitation. Those deemed unable to work, the elderly, the sick, children, were labeled unproductive. In Nazi racial logic, productivity determined temporary survival. Those who could not contribute were marked for removal. Removal meant transport. Orders were issued for deportations from the Łódź Ghetto to what was described as a labor camp in the countryside. Families received instructions to assemble with limited belongings. Property was inventoried. Valuables were confiscated before departure. The trains themselves were arranged through the German rail network. Though Chełmno did not rely on the vast rail infrastructure seen later at extermination camps like Auschwitz-Birkenau, it still depended on coordinated schedules. Deportees were transported to nearby stations and then transferred by truck to the manor house. Each stage required administrative cooperation. Rail officials assigned freight capacity. Police units secured stations. Clerks recorded departure numbers. Notices were posted. The machinery of a modern state facilitated the illusion of resettlement. When victims arrived at Chełmno, their possessions were processed systematically. Clothing was sorted. Shoes were bundled. Jewelry and currency were collected and forwarded to designated offices. Gold teeth were extracted from bodies in the forest before burial or burning. Nothing was wasted. This was not incidental theft. It was policy. The SS maintained detailed records of confiscated goods. Textiles were shipped back to the Reich. Foreign currency strengthened reserves. Even hair and personal effects were treated as usable commodities. The bodies themselves were reduced to material calculations, first buried, later exhumed and burned to eliminate evidence while recovering any remaining valuables. Chełmno thus operated within a grim economic logic. Victims were stripped of identity and converted into assets. This economic dimension connected the camp to broader wartime priorities. As Germany's military campaigns expanded, resource shortages intensified. The exploitation of occupied territories became increasingly important. Confiscated Jewish property helped finance the regime's ambitions. Simultaneously, demographic engineering advanced. German planners envisioned vast regions of Eastern Europe cleansed of Jews and repopulated by ethnic Germans. Deportation and extermination were not isolated acts of cruelty but components of a larger project of territorial transformation. In this framework, Chełmno was a tool. It relieved overcrowded ghettos. It eliminated populations considered racially undesirable. It freed housing and labor allocations for German settlers. It demonstrated that mass killing could be implemented without immediate public disruption. Secrecy was essential to maintaining this system. Official communications rarely mentioned killing explicitly. Instead, terms such as evacuation, special handling, or resettlement to the east appeared in correspondence. These phrases circulated through offices, creating a shared language of concealment. Yet within the SS hierarchy, the purpose was understood. Meetings addressed transport capacity. Reports noted the completion of actions. Administrators monitored how many individuals had been removed from the ghetto. Efficiency was measured in numbers processed. Bureaucracy provided both coordination and insulation. Clerks who prepared transport lists might never see the forest. Railway workers might never witness a gas van. Officials who signed orders could distance themselves from the physical reality of the killing process. Fragmentation reduced moral confrontation. At the same time, the system required discipline. Delays in transport schedules disrupted the sequence of arrivals. Fuel shortages affected the operation of gas vans. Burial capacity in the forest had to be managed carefully. When graves filled, new pits were dug. Later, when concerns arose about decomposition and potential discovery, bodies were exhumed and burned under Operation 1005, a broader effort to erase evidence of mass shootings and extermination sites. The reopening of Chełmno in 1944 further illustrates the integration of policy and logistics. By that time, most of the Łódź Ghetto population had already been deported. But as the Soviet advance approached, German authorities accelerated final deportations. Once again, transports were organized. Once again, records were kept. Even in the final stages of collapse, the bureaucracy persisted. Orders were typed, inventories compiled, reports forwarded. The administrative rhythm continued until the front line forced abrupt abandonment. This continuity underscores a critical point. Genocide did not operate outside modern systems. It relied upon them. Railways designed for commerce carried victims to death. Accounting methods tracked confiscated wealth. Office routines normalized the extraordinary. Ordinary institutional structures, timetables, memoranda, supply chains became instruments of annihilation. Chełmno's relative simplicity compared to later extermination camps does not diminish its systemic character. On the contrary, its integration with regional administration demonstrates how quickly killing could be embedded within governance. In the next segment, we will examine the human dimension of this machinery more closely, focusing on the prisoners forced to assist in the process and the ways in which coercion, fear, and limited resistance unfolded within the forest and manor grounds. Because behind every transport list and fuel requisition stood individuals trapped inside a system that left almost no space for choice, and yet, in rare moments, revealed the persistence of human will. Chapter 5, Segment 3. The prisoners forced to assist: coercion, silence, and fragile resistance. Chełmno was designed so that almost no one survived. But it could not function without a small group of prisoners kept alive temporarily. Men forced to work inside the machinery of death itself. These prisoners were known as the Sonderkommando of Chełmno, though their structure differed from those later seen in extermination camps like Auschwitz. They were selected from arriving transports, usually young and physically strong, and separated before the gas vans were loaded. Unlike the vast majority who were told they were going to bathe and then killed within hours, these men were spared immediate death for a specific purpose. They were made to assist. Inside the manor house, they sorted clothing left behind by victims. In the forest, they unloaded bodies from gas vans once the engines had finished their deadly work. They carried corpses to mass graves. Later, when graves were reopened to burn the bodies under orders to erase evidence, these same prisoners were forced to stack decomposing remains onto pyres. They lived between death and delay. Unlike ordinary prisoners in concentration camps, they were not expected to survive long-term. The SS rotated these work groups periodically. When it was feared that a group had seen too much or might pose a risk of testimony, they were murdered and replaced with new arrivals. This ensured silence. The psychological burden placed on these prisoners is difficult to comprehend. They were compelled, under threat of immediate execution, to participate in the disposal of their own communities, sometimes handling the bodies of neighbors, relatives, even family members. Refusal meant death. Attempted escape meant death. Hesitation often meant a beating. Chełmno's isolation intensified this cruelty. Unlike larger camps where prisoners might form networks across barracks, the small scale of Chełmno created constant surveillance. Work details were guarded closely. Armed SS men and local auxiliary police maintained watch at all times. The forest itself, though vast, offered limited opportunity for escape without assistance or direction. And yet, resistance did occur. A few prisoners managed to flee. One of the most significant was Mordecai Pochlebnik, who escaped in 1942 during an operation in the forest. Later, another escapee, Slama Br Weiner, also known as Yakov Grojanowski, fled and made his way to the Warsaw Ghetto, where he gave one of the earliest detailed accounts of an extermination camp in operation. His testimony described gas vans, the manor house deception, the forest burials. At first, many listeners could not believe the scale of what he reported. The idea of entire transports being killed within hours seemed unimaginable. But his account was accurate. These rare escapes represent fragile threads of truth emerging from a place designed to erase witnesses. Most who worked in Chełmno's Sonderkommando did not survive to speak. They were killed before the camp's first closure in 1943, and again during its reopening in 1944. The cycle was deliberate. No permanent prisoner population existed in Chełmno in the way seen at concentration camps like Dachau or Buchenwald. There were no large barracks filled with long-term inmates. There was no visible daily camp routine for outsiders to observe. There was only intake, killing, disposal. The absence of survivors was part of the design. Even so, the SS could not eliminate all traces of human connection inside the machinery. Some prisoners shared whispered words while sorting belongings. Others exchanged brief glances during forced labor. A few risked small acts of quiet sabotage, misplacing items, slowing work when possible, attempting to hide personal mementos. These gestures did not stop the process, but they affirmed identity in a place built to erase it. For the guards and drivers, proximity to killing became normalized through repetition. The gas vans arrived, engines roared, silence followed. Bodies were unloaded, graves were filled. The cycle continued. For the prisoners forced to assist, there was no normalization, only endurance. Hunger remained constant. Living conditions were minimal. They slept under guard. They knew that at any moment they might be shot and replaced. In late 1944, as Soviet forces advanced and Chełmno prepared for final evacuation, another group of prisoners attempted resistance. Some tried to escape during the chaos of dismantling operations. A few succeeded. Many were caught and executed. When the camp was finally abandoned, only a handful of survivors remained alive who had witnessed its operations directly. Their testimonies, gathered after the war, provided crucial evidence in post-war investigations and trials. Without them, Chełmno might have remained even more obscure. Its forest reclaiming the burial pits, its manor house blending back into the landscape. The structure of Chełmno ensured that memory depended on fragments. Unlike camps that left extensive administrative records or large liberated populations, Chełmno left very little intact documentation. Much of what we know comes from survivor accounts, German trial transcripts, and forensic investigations conducted years later. This makes the voices of those few escapees profoundly significant. They broke through the system's intended silence. In the next chapter, we will examine the broader regional impact of Chełmno, how its operations reshaped the Łódź Ghetto, how deportations escalated in phases, and how the camp's reopening in 1944 marked a final effort to eliminate remaining Jewish communities in the Wartherland. Because Chełmno was not only a site of killing, it was a mechanism tied directly to the destruction of entire cities, a forest clearing that echoed back into ghettos, homes, and families far beyond its trees. Chapter 6, Segment 1. The Łódź Ghetto and the Road Back to Chełmno. To understand Chełmno's second phase of operation, we must return to Łódź. By 1943, the Łódź Ghetto was one of the last major ghettos still functioning in occupied Poland. While Warsaw and many other Jewish communities had already been liquidated, Łódź remained, transformed into a massive forced labor complex supplying the German war economy. Workshops produced uniforms, boots, metal goods, and textiles. The ghetto's leadership, under Mordecai Rumkowski, believed that productivity might prolong survival. For a time, that illusion held. But survival in Łódź was never secure. It was conditional, temporary, dependent on shifting German priorities. Chełmno had already played a central role in the ghetto's destruction during 1942. Between January and September of that year, tens of thousands of Jews from Łódź were deported to the forest near Chełmno and murdered in gas vans. Children, the elderly, and those deemed unfit for work were selected first. Entire neighborhoods disappeared. After Chełmno's initial closure in 1943, deportations slowed. The ghetto population shrank but did not vanish. By early 1944, roughly 70,000 Jews remained in Łódź, exhausted, underfed, and trapped, but still alive. Then the Eastern Front shifted. As the Red Army advanced westward, German authorities accelerated their efforts to complete the destruction of Jewish communities in occupied territories. Auschwitz-Birkenau had become the central killing site for much of Europe's Jews. But in the Wartheland region, the area annexed directly into the Reich, Chełmno was reopened in mid-1944. The decision reflected both geography and urgency. Transporting tens of thousands from Lodz to Auschwitz required coordination across increasingly unstable rail networks. Chełmno, by contrast, was nearby, a familiar site already used for mass murder. Though partially dismantled, its forest burial grounds remained. Gas vans could be reintroduced, and so the machinery restarted. In June 1944, preparations began. A smaller killing installation was set up near the village of Chełmno, while the forest burial site at Rzutcho was reused. The manor house itself was no longer central. Instead, victims were transported directly to forest locations. The scale differed from 1942, but the intent was the same. Deportations from Lodz resumed in stages. Official notices described resettlement. Lists were compiled. Families were assembled at collection points. The language of bureaucracy softened the reality. People were told to bring luggage. Some believed they were being moved to labor camps deeper inside Germany. The trains traveled only a short distance. Upon arrival, the deception repeated familiar patterns. Victims were instructed to disembark calmly. Valuables were surrendered. Clothing was removed. The gas vans, refurbished or newly assigned, awaited them. The killing process in 1944 mirrored earlier operations, though evidence suggests that some methods were modified for speed and concealment. Bodies were burned rather than buried whenever possible, reflecting lessons learned from previous attempts to erase mass graves. The forest became active once more. By this stage of the war, the German leadership knew defeat was approaching. That knowledge did not slow the killing. In some respects, it intensified it. The destruction of evidence became intertwined with the destruction of people. For the Jews of Lodz, Chełmno's reopening meant the final collapse of remaining hope. Deportations accelerated in July and August 1944. Thousands were sent first to Chełmno and later directly to Auschwitz, as transportation routes shifted. The ghetto emptied street by street. Shops closed. Workshops halted. Synagogues that had survived years of occupation fell silent. Families who had endured starvation and forced labor were uprooted again. Chełmno functioned as both an endpoint and a bridge. For some transports, it was the final destination. For others, it represented a temporary phase before Auschwitz assumed the primary role in extermination. The distinction mattered little to those caught inside the process. In late summer 1944, as Soviet forces approached the Vistula River, German authorities ordered the liquidation of the Łódź Ghetto entirely. The majority of remaining Jews were deported to Auschwitz. A smaller number passed once more through Chełmno. The ghetto that had once held over 200,000 people was erased. By early 1945, Chełmno itself faced imminent abandonment. The final prisoners forced to assist in operations were executed. Remaining structures were dismantled or burned. Gas vans were removed. Documents were destroyed where possible. But this time, erasure would not succeed fully, because unlike 1942, information about extermination camps had already begun to circulate through underground networks, Allied intelligence, and survivor testimony. The war was nearing its end. The opportunity to maintain silence was shrinking. In the next segment, we will examine the final dismantling of Chełmno in January 1945, the last executions, the destruction of remaining evidence, and the moment when Soviet forces entered the area to find a landscape marked by absence and ash. Chełmno's story did not conclude with liberation in the traditional sense. It ended with a vanishing, a camp that dissolved into forest and memory, leaving behind questions that would take decades to answer. Chapter 6, Segment 2. The Final Evacuation and the Erasing of Chełmno. By January 1945, the war was no longer a distant thunder on the horizon. It was approaching fast. The Red Army was advancing across Poland with relentless speed. German front lines were collapsing. Cities that had once been secure administrative centers of occupation were now exposed. Panic spread through Nazi command structures. Orders were issued not for expansion but for disappearance. Chełmno, already twice transformed and twice reactivated, now entered its final phase. Unlike Auschwitz or Majdanek, Chełmno had always been smaller, more improvised, less industrial in scale, but its mission had been clear and direct. Kill, remove, conceal. Now, as Soviet forces closed in, the focus shifted almost entirely to concealment. The remaining Jewish prisoners at Chełmno were few in number. These were men forced into Sonderkommando roles, compelled to unload bodies, dig graves, exhume earlier burial pits, burn corpses, and grind bone fragments to ash. They were witnesses to everything, and that made them dangerous. The SS understood this. In mid-January 1945, as evacuation orders reached the region, the final prisoners were executed. There would be no evacuation march from Chełmno, no transfer to another camp. The killing site was too small, too secret, too close to the advancing front. It had to vanish. The manor house had already been largely dismantled in earlier phases. By this time, what remained were minimal structures and the forest burial grounds at Rzutchow. The gas vans were removed or destroyed. Files, if any survived, were burned. Equipment was stripped away. The forest itself became the last evidence. Trees that had witnessed thousands of arrivals now stood over shallow graves and ash fields. Even the earth bore scars, uneven ground, patches of disturbed soil, fragments of bone that could not be completely pulverized. German personnel retreated westward. When Soviet troops reached the Chełmno area in late January 1945, they did not encounter a fully operational extermination complex. They found fragments, ruins, silence. But unlike earlier attempts at erasure in 1943, this time there would be investigation. Local Polish residents spoke. They had seen the trucks. They had heard the engines idling. They had smelled the smoke from forest burnings. They knew the rhythm of arrival and disappearance. The secrecy of Chełmno had always depended on isolation, but isolation does not erase memory. Soviet investigative commissions began documenting what they could find. Excavations revealed mass graves and cremation pits. Human remains were recovered. Personal items surfaced. Shoes, fragments of clothing, jewelry left behind in haste. Chełmno had not been preserved intact like Majdanek. It had not been discovered mid-operation like some camps further east. But enough physical traces remained to confirm what testimony had already suggested. This had been a site of systematic mass murder. Estimates of victims began to emerge. Historians would later calculate that approximately 150,000 to 200,000 people were murdered at Chełmno between 1941 and 1945. The majority were Jews from the Łódź Ghetto and surrounding regions. Others included Roma families and small groups of Polish and Soviet prisoners. The numbers alone cannot capture what Chełmno represented. It was the first stationary extermination site where gas vans were used on a mass scale. It was an experimental ground, a place where techniques were refined before being expanded under Operation Reinhard. It demonstrated that murder could be disguised as transportation, that killing could be integrated into logistics, that mobility itself could be weaponized. And because it was small and secretive, it nearly slipped into obscurity. After the war, Chełmno did not receive immediate global recognition. There were no surviving large prisoner populations to tell the story in detail. Only a handful of Jewish prisoners survived from the forced labor units, men who escaped during revolts or chaos. Their testimonies would become crucial. Trials were held in post-war Poland and Germany, but the scale of prosecution was limited compared to the enormity of the crime. Many perpetrators blended back into civilian life. Some claimed ignorance. Others minimized their roles, describing themselves as drivers, clerks, or guards. Yet the evidence persisted. Mass graves cannot be argued away. Burned bone fragments do not vanish simply because paperwork does. Survivor testimony, however scarce, anchors memory to fact that in the years that followed, Chełmno slowly emerged from near erasure. Memorial markers were erected. Excavations continued. Scholars pieced together fragments of documentation, witness accounts, and German administrative records from the Wartheland. What became clear was this: Chełmno was not a chaotic outburst of violence. It was organized, planned, staffed by men transferred from earlier euthanasia programs, individuals already accustomed to killing disabled Germans under the T4 program. The same expertise in deception and gassing was applied here to Jews. The camp of Gaswagen was a bridge from domestic murder to continental genocide. By the time larger extermination centers like Treblinka, Sobibor, and Belzec were constructed, the model of mobile gassing had already been tested. Chełmno proved that a system of mass killing could function outside traditional prison structures, could operate in forests, could rely on trucks, could exist with minimal infrastructure. That knowledge would shape the next chapters of the Holocaust. As Soviet forces continued westward and the war came to its final months, Chełmno remained physically small but historically enormous. It marked the point where genocide shifted from persecution to full-scale extermination. In the next segment, we will examine the post-war reckoning, the investigations, trials, and the long struggle to preserve Chełmno's memory against the forces of denial and forgetting. Because Chełmno was nearly erased, and remembering it requires deliberate effort, the same kind of effort once used to conceal it. Chapter 6, Segment 3. Reckoning, Memory, and the Meaning of Chełmno. When the killing stopped at Chełmno, there was no liberation scene like those filmed at Buchenwald or Bergen-Belsen. There were no towering gates flung open before the cameras. No vast surviving prisoner population to greet soldiers with hollow eyes and skeletal frames. Chełmno ended in fragments. A dismantled manor house, a forest scarred by ash, a handful of witnesses, and the question of how to prove a crime that had been designed to leave almost nothing behind. In the months following the war, Polish and Soviet investigative teams returned to the site repeatedly. They excavated mass graves in the Rzuczo forest. They uncovered layers of ash mixed with soil. They documented bone fragments, metal personal effects, melted buttons, and traces of burned fabric. Each fragment told a quiet, stubborn truth. The Nazis had tried to erase the evidence, but they had not erased the ground. Survivor testimony became essential. Only a very small number of prisoners forced into Sonderkommando labor at Chełmno survived. Some had escaped during moments of chaos. Others survived because they had been temporarily transferred. Their accounts were harrowing but consistent. They described the manor house intake process, the deception about resettlement, the sealed trucks, the suffocating journey, the unloading of bodies in the forest. Their memories filled in what documents could not. Unlike Auschwitz, which left extensive bureaucratic records, Chełmno operated with relative administrative simplicity. Orders were verbal. Reports were limited. The camp's very structure, mobile vans, forest clearings, was part of its concealment. Yet names emerged. Camp commanders such as Herbert Lang and later Hans Bothmann were identified as key figures in the operation. Both had backgrounds connected to earlier killing programs. They were not accidental participants. They were experienced in organized murder. After the war, some perpetrators were captured and tried. In Poland and later in West Germany during the 1960s, Chełmno trials sought to establish responsibility. Witnesses testified about specific individuals, drivers, guards, administrators who had overseen deportations and killings. But justice was uneven. Some defendants received prison sentences. Others were acquitted due to lack of evidence. Some had already died, committed suicide, or disappeared in the chaos of Germany's collapse. The legal systems of post-war Europe struggled to prosecute crimes that had been committed under the cover of state authority and systematic destruction of records. Chełmno did not become a symbol in the same way as Auschwitz. It lacked the vast physical remains. It lacked the iconic images. For years, it remained on the margins of public consciousness, known to scholars, survivors, and local communities, but not widely understood. Yet its significance was immense. Chełmno was the first site where Jews were murdered systematically in gas vans on a mass scale. It represented a critical step in the evolution of genocide, a point where ideology, technology, and bureaucracy converged in a rural Polish village. The camp of gas vans demonstrated that killing could be made mobile, that death did not require permanent infrastructure, that a forest clearing and a sealed truck were enough. It also demonstrated something else, that genocide does not begin with the most infamous camps. It begins with smaller experiments, with regional initiatives, with administrative solutions tested in limited areas before expansion. Chełmno was one of those tests. Its victims were largely from the Łódź Ghetto and surrounding districts. Entire families disappeared within hours of arrival. There were no selections for labor, no long-term imprisonment. Arrival meant death. Today, the site of Chełmno is marked by memorials. The manor grounds are preserved. The forest at Rysucho contains commemorative stones and monuments. Visitors walk quiet paths where trucks once idled and where smoke once rose through the trees. The silence remains, but it is no longer empty. Education programs, research initiatives, and memorial ceremonies continue to bring attention to Chełmno's history. Scholars analyze transport records from Łódź. Archaeologists carefully examine the soil for further evidence. Historians connect Chełmno's operations to the broader machinery of Operation Reinhard and the final solution. Remembering Chełmno requires intention. Its story does not overwhelm with visible ruins. It must be reconstructed piece by piece, from testimony, fragments, and careful research. And that reconstruction matters, because Chełmno shows how quickly a system can normalize mass murder when ideology dehumanizes its victims. It shows how ordinary infrastructure, trucks, roads, warehouses, can become tools of extermination. It reveals how bureaucratic language can mask violence behind phrases like resettlement and special treatment. Most of all, Chełmno warns us that genocide does not require spectacle, can happen quietly, efficiently, in places that appear unremarkable. A manor house in the countryside, a line of trucks on a winter road, a forest clearing. The victims of Chełmno left few traces of their final hours. But their existence, their lives before the trucks were real, vibrant, complex. Families with traditions, children with futures, elders with memories, communities rooted in centuries of culture and faith. To reduce Chełmno to numbers alone would be another form of erasure. The purpose of telling this history is not to shock, nor to dwell on horror for its own sake. It is to understand how systems are built, how prejudice becomes policy, how policy becomes logistics, and how logistics become death. Chełmno stands at the beginning of that transformation. As we close this chapter, we remember that the camp of Gasvans was nearly erased from history. It survived in memory because a few voices endured, because investigators documented what they could, and because historians refused to let silence win. In the final chapter, we will step back and examine Chełmno's place within the broader history of the Holocaust, how it connects to later extermination camps, and what its story teaches about the mechanics of organized mass murder. Because to understand Chełmno is to understand how the machinery of genocide was assembled, one experiment, one transport, one forest clearing at a time. Chapter 7, Segment 1. Chełmno in the machinery of the Holocaust. By the time Chełmno began killing in December 1941, the Holocaust was not yet the fully industrialized system it would later become. There were no sprawling extermination complexes like Auschwitz-Birkenau operating at full capacity. Operation Reinhard had not yet constructed the fixed gas chambers of Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka. The blueprint was still forming. Chełmno was one of the first working parts of that machine. It did not emerge from nowhere. This creation followed months of escalating policy. After the invasion of Poland in 1939, German authorities carved the occupied territories into administrative zones. One of them was the Wartheland, annexed directly into the Reich. This capital, Lodz, renamed Litzmannstadt, became home to one of the largest Jewish ghettos in Europe. The ghetto was overcrowded, sealed, and cut off from the outside world. Tens of thousands were crammed into deteriorating housing. Food rations were minimal. Disease spread quickly. The ghetto's existence itself was a temporary measure, an intermediate step in a process that Nazi planners had not yet fully resolved. By late 1941, that resolution began to take shape. Regional authorities in the Wartheland sought a faster method to eliminate the Jewish population under their control. Deportations to distant camps were logistically complicated. Mass shootings, like those carried out by Einsatzgruppen in the east, were psychologically burdensome to the perpetrators and visible to local populations. A more efficient solution was desired, something concealed, controlled, and administratively manageable. Chełmno became that solution. Its establishment reflected a convergence of earlier experiences. The Nazi euthanasia program, often referred to as Action T4, had already experimented with gas as a method of killing. Carbon monoxide had been used in sealed chambers to murder disabled Germans deemed unfit. The personnel who administered that program gained technical and organizational experience. When T4 was officially halted amid public protest, its infrastructure and staff did not disappear. They were reassigned. Some of them came to Chełmno. The concept of mobile gas vans offered several advantages from the regime's perspective. The killing could occur during transport. There was no need for permanent chambers that might be discovered. The vehicles could move between locations. Evidence could be limited to a forest burial site. The first deportations to Chełmno came from nearby towns and villages in the Wartheland. Entire Jewish communities were summoned under orders to assemble for resettlement. They were told to bring essential belongings. Some believed they were being sent for labor elsewhere. Others suspected worse, but had no choice. At Chełmno, the pattern repeated with chilling regularity. Registration at the manor house. Confiscation of valuables. Instructions to undress. Promises of showers and relocation. Then the vans. This was not yet the continent-wide extermination system of 1942 and 1943. It was localized, regional, but it was systematic. It operated on schedules, processed transports daily. It required coordination between railway officials, ghetto administrators, SS personnel, and local police. Chełmno demonstrated that mass killing could be integrated into routine administration. The victims were not only Jews from small towns. Beginning in January 1942, deportations intensified from the Łódź Ghetto itself. Tens of thousands were selected, often the elderly, the sick, or those deemed unproductive. Notices were issued. Families were forced to assemble in collection points. They were marched to trains under armed guard. The trains traveled short distances to a station near Chełmno. From there, victims were transported by truck to the manor grounds. Within hours, they were dead. This integration between ghetto administration and extermination site revealed something fundamental about the Holocaust's development. Genocide was not executed solely by isolated killing units. It depended on paperwork, lists, quotas, timetables, coordination between civil offices and SS commands. The bureaucracy did not merely support the killings, it enabled them. Chełmno also served as a proving ground. Its methods were observed. Its logistical challenges were noted. Its limitations became clear. Gas vans could process limited numbers per day. Burial sites filled quickly. Mechanical breakdowns interrupted schedules. The psychological toll on personnel, though rarely acknowledged publicly, was present. These practical considerations influenced later decisions. When Operation Reinhard camps were built in 1942, they incorporated fixed gas chambers that could handle larger transports. Their locations were chosen with rail access in mind. Their layout streamlined intake and disposal. The lessons of Chełmno informed the design of more expansive extermination centers. In this sense, Chełmno was both an endpoint for its victims and a beginning for the system. Yet Chełmno never entirely ceased operations. It functioned in phases. After a period of intense killing in 1942 and early 1943, operations temporarily slowed. But in 1944, as the Łódź Ghetto neared liquidation, Chełmno was reactivated. The machinery resumed. Transports once again arrived. This reactivation underscores how Chełmno fit into a broader strategy. It was a regional extermination center linked directly to the fate of the Łódź Ghetto. When the ghetto was finally liquidated in the summer of 1944, many of its remaining inhabitants were sent not only to Auschwitz but also once again to Chełmno. Even in its final phase, the camp's operations reflected the same structure established at its beginning: deception, transport, gas vans, forest graves. By the time Soviet forces approached the region in early 1945, Chełmno's purpose had been fulfilled from the regime's perspective. The Jewish population of the Wartherland had been almost entirely destroyed. The camp was dismantled. Buildings were burned. Documents were destroyed.
Personnel dispersed.
But its place in the machinery of genocide was secure. Chełmno stands at the intersection of experimentation and systematization. It links the early mass shootings of 1941 to the industrial extermination camps that followed. It reveals how quickly regional initiatives became components of a continental plan. Understanding Chełmno means recognizing that the Holocaust did not unfold as a single moment of decision. It evolved through stages, each building on the last, each refining methods, each expanding scale. In the next segment, we will examine more closely how Chełmno's operations connected directly to the fate of the Łódź Ghetto and how deportation policy there became intertwined with the camp's killing schedule. Because the story of Chełmno is inseparable from the story of those who were forced onto trains in Łódź, believing, perhaps, that they were being relocated, never knowing that the journey would end in a sealed truck and a forest clearing. Chapter 7, Segment 2. Łódź and the Road to Chełmno. By 1942, the fate of the Łódź Ghetto and the killing center at Chełmno were tightly bound together. What happened inside the ghetto, its population counts, labor quotas, food shortages, and administrative decisions, directly influenced the rhythm of death in the forest near the village of Chełmno. The ghetto had been established in early 1940, sealed off with barbed wire and guarded checkpoints. It became one of the largest Jewish ghettos in Europe. More than 160,000 Jews were forced inside its boundaries. Later, thousands more were deported there from Germany, Austria, Luxembourg, and the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Roma families were also confined within a segregated section. The ghetto was presented by German authorities as a temporary solution. In reality, it was a holding pen. Its administrator, Chaim Rumkowski, believed that transforming the ghetto into an indispensable labor center might ensure its survival. Workshops were established. Uniforms, boots, and other goods were produced for the German war effort. Labor became the currency of existence. Productivity meant food rations. Non-productivity meant danger. But labor could not protect everyone. By late 1941, deportations from the ghetto began under the language of resettlement. Notices were issued demanding that certain categories of people, often the elderly, the ill, and those unable to work, report for transport. Families gathered at designated assembly points, carrying small bundles of belongings. Rumors spread. Some believed they were being relocated to farms. Others whispered about forests and shootings. The transports were not sent eastward to distant camps. They traveled a relatively short distance to Chełmno. The selection process inside the ghetto was bureaucratic and methodical. Lists were drawn up by German officials. Numbers were assigned. Quotas had to be met. If the required number of deportees was not assembled voluntarily, police units entered homes and removed people by force. The deportations unfolded in waves. In January 1942, thousands were sent from the ghetto in a matter of weeks. Each train that departed reduced the official population count. Each train corresponded to days of killing at Chełmno. The flow of victims became a supply chain, administratively organized at one end, terminated at the other. For those inside the ghetto, information was fragmented. Letters from deported relatives never arrived. Streets emptied. Apartments were reassigned. Silence replaced certainty. Yet life continued in a strained and fragile way. Workshops operated. Children attended makeshift schools when possible. Cultural life flickered in secret. The illusion of survival through labor persisted. But in September 1942, a turning point came. German authorities demanded the deportation of thousands of children under the age of 10, as well as the elderly and the sick. This action, remembered in ghetto history as the spare, shattered whatever belief remained that work alone could guarantee safety. Parents were ordered to surrender their children. Hospitals were emptied. Orphanages were raided. Families hid in cellars and attics. Some children were smuggled into workshops and concealed among adult workers. Many were discovered. The transports resumed. Those children were sent to Chełmno. The systematic removal of the most vulnerable revealed the camp's true function to many who had still hoped otherwise. Yet resistance was nearly impossible. Armed guards, sealed borders, and the constant threat of collective punishment prevented organized rebellion at that stage. As deportations continued through 1942 and into 1943, Chełmno processed tens of thousands from Łódź alone. The forest burial pits expanded. The gas vans ran daily. Then, in early 1943, deportations from the ghetto temporarily slowed. Chełmno's operations were partially suspended. For a time, the machinery paused. The ghetto remained. But this pause did not signal safety. It reflected shifting priorities within the broader extermination system. By mid-1944, the situation changed once again. The German authorities decided to liquidate the Łódź Ghetto entirely. The remaining population, still numbering tens of thousands, would be removed. Some were sent directly to Auschwitz. Others, once again, were routed to Chełmno, which had been reactivated for this final phase. The connection between the ghetto and Chełmno was never incidental. It was structural. The camp existed to eliminate the Jewish population of the Wartheland, and the Łódź Ghetto was the largest concentration of that population. Each deportation required coordination. Railway schedules, guard detachments, intake arrangements at the manor house, burial capacity in the forest. Bureaucratic language obscured the reality. Evacuation, transfer, special treatment. Behind those words was a predictable outcome. The story of Chełmno cannot be told without understanding Łódź. The ghetto was the antechamber. Chełmno was the terminus. In the final phase of liquidation in 1944, families who had endured years of starvation and forced labor were once again ordered to assemble. Many had lost relatives in earlier deportations. They had witnessed the ghetto shrink block by block. Now there was nowhere left to hide. The trains departed. The forest received them. By the time the Łódź Ghetto ceased to exist, its population had been almost entirely destroyed. Chełmno had played a central role in that destruction. What remains is the stark realization that extermination did not occur in isolation. It required stages. It required containment. It required administrative systems that reduced people to numbers and then transferred those numbers along a lethal route. In the next segment, we will examine how Chełmno's final months unfolded, how the camp attempted to erase its traces, how evidence was destroyed, and how, despite these efforts, the story of the gas vans and the forest graves survived. Chapter 7, Segment 3. The final phase: erasure, ashes, and silence. By the summer of 1944, the rhythm of killing at Chełmno had changed once again. The Red Army was advancing from the east. The German front was collapsing. Rumors of Soviet breakthroughs filtered through administrative channels. Orders began to shift in tone. The focus was no longer only on extermination. It was on concealment. Chełmno had already operated in two major phases. The first wave of mass murder, from late 1941 through early 1943, had targeted the Jews of the Wartheland, particularly from the Łódź Ghetto and surrounding towns. After a temporary suspension, operations resumed in 1944 as part of the final liquidation of the Łódź Ghetto. But now time was running out. The men who administered the camp understood that evidence lay everywhere. The forest held mass graves, pits layered with bodies, clothing, and personal effects. The manor house bore witness to deception and forced undressing. The vans, if discovered intact, would expose the method. Even the soil itself carried traces of what had been done. Orders were issued to eliminate those traces. Special detachments of prisoners, known elsewhere in the camp system as Sonderkommandos, were forced to exhume the graves. Bodies that had been buried for months or even years were dug up and burned on large open-air pyres. Iron grates were constructed from railway tracks. Wood was stacked. Flames consumed what remained of tens of thousands. The work was brutal and methodical. Prisoners assigned to this task knew their role was temporary. Once the cremations were complete, they too would be killed to prevent testimony. Ash was crushed. Bone fragments were ground. Remains were scattered or reburied in smaller pits. Trees were replanted. Earth was leveled. The forest was instructed, in a sense, to forget. Inside the manor house, records were destroyed. Papers were burned. Administrative files that might link names to dates were reduced to smoke. Vehicles were dismantled or reassigned. Personnel were transferred or folded into other units retreating westward. Chełmno had always been designed as a place without permanence. Unlike large camps surrounded by fences and barracks, it was fragmented: a house, a forest, a set of vans. Now that fragmentation made dismantling easier. But not everything could be erased. Some prisoners escaped during earlier phases of operation. A handful survived to tell what they had seen. Their testimonies would later become essential in reconstructing the camp's function. They described the sealed vans, the forest clearings, the burning pits, the deception at the manor house. In January 1945, as Soviet forces drew closer, the final German units abandoned the area. Chełmno ceased to operate. There was no formal closure, no dismantling ceremony. It simply dissolved into retreat. When Soviet troops entered the region, they found a landscape altered but not empty. The manor house had been damaged. The forest bore subtle scars. Local residents spoke of transports and smoke. Fragments of bone were discovered in the soil. Personal belongings surfaced. Investigators began piecing together what had happened. Chełmno was among the first extermination sites to be identified by post-war commissions. Yet, paradoxically, it remained one of the least known in public memory for decades. Its simplicity contributed to its obscurity. There were no monumental gates, no sprawling complexes, only absence. The post-war trials involving Chełmno personnel were limited. Some members of the camp staff were prosecuted in Poland and Germany. Testimony revealed the chain of command and the logistical structure behind the killings. But many perpetrators blended into post-war society, unrecognized. For survivors from Łódź and surrounding towns, the name Chełmno carried a specific dread. It was the place where relatives had vanished without letters, without graves, without final words. The camp's history underscores a central truth about the Holocaust. Extermination did not always require vast infrastructure. It could be carried out with trucks, forest clearings, and administrative coordination. The destruction of evidence at Chełmno was not an afterthought. It was part of the plan. The regime anticipated scrutiny, prepared for denial. Yet the attempt to erase Chełmno ultimately failed. Archaeological investigations decades later uncovered remnants, foundations, artifacts, personal objects, and burial sites. Memorials were established. Documentation expanded. Survivor testimony was preserved in archives and recorded interviews. Today, the site stands as a quiet field and wooded area. Visitors walk paths where gas vans once drove. They stand where the manor house once functioned as a facade of order before murder. The silence is deliberate. Chełmno forces us to confront an unsettling dimension of genocide. That mass murder can be hidden not only through secrecy but through scale so small and methods so mobile that they leave little trace. The final phase of the camp was not simply about retreat. It was about narrative control, about shaping what would remain visible when the war ended. But history does not depend solely on physical structures. It depends on memory, documentation, and the refusal to let absence become denial. As we move forward in this documentary, we will examine the broader implications of Chełmno's operation, how it influenced later extermination methods, how it fit into the evolution of the final solution, and how its legacy challenges the way we understand the machinery of genocide. Chełmno was small compared to Auschwitz. It was less architecturally imposing than Treblinka or Sobibor. But in its forests, the template of mobile industrial killing took shape. And even in ash, it left a record. Chapter 8, Segment 1. Chełmno in the shadow of Operation Reinhard. By the time Chełmno resumed operations in 1944, the broader architecture of genocide had evolved. Camps like Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka had already carried out mass exterminations under Operation Reinhard. Auschwitz-Birkenau had expanded into a vast killing and labor complex. The methods of murder had become more centralized, more systematized, and more industrial in scale. And yet, Chełmno remained distinct. It was not a Reinhard camp, though it preceded them. It was not structured like Auschwitz, though it shared the logic of annihilation. Chełmno stood at a transitional point in the evolution of the Holocaust, a bridge between early improvised killing methods and later, fully engineered extermination centers. To understand Chełmno's place in this system, we must look at the progression of Nazi policy. When Germany invaded Poland in 1939, anti-Jewish measures intensified rapidly. Ghettos were established, property was confiscated, and forced labor became routine. At first, deportation plans dominated Nazi thinking, ideas of forced resettlement to Madagascar or Siberia. But as the war expanded eastward in 1941, particularly with Operation Barbarossa, policy radicalized. Mass shootings by Einsatzgruppen units across the Soviet Union signaled a shift from persecution to systematic murder. Tens of thousands were killed in forests, ravines, and fields. Yet even these shootings posed logistical challenges. Ammunition use, psychological strain on shooters, and the visibility of mass graves. Chełmno emerged as a response to those challenges. The use of gas vans represented an attempt to streamline killing, to reduce the need for firing squads while maintaining mobility. It was an early experiment in making murder more efficient, more bureaucratic, and less visibly violent to the perpetrators themselves. Unlike the camps later constructed under Operation Reinhard, Chełmno did not require extensive rail infrastructure inside the camp itself. Deportees were transported to the nearby railway station at Kolo and then transferred by truck to the manor house. The forest clearings served as burial and cremation sites. In this sense, Chełmno was both simple and methodologically innovative. It demonstrated that extermination could be organized without a massive permanent complex. It also showed that deception could be systematically integrated into the process, the promise of resettlement, the orderly unloading, the staged procedures before murder. When Operation Reinhard camps were later designed, some lessons from Chełmno were evident. The separation of arrival and killing zones, the emphasis on deception, the elimination of witnesses, the rapid turnover of transports. But the Reinhard camps introduced fixed gas chambers using engine exhaust and later more structured killing facilities. They scaled up the process dramatically. Chełmno, therefore, occupies a crucial but often overlooked position in the chronology of the Holocaust. It was the first stationary extermination camp in occupied Poland. It began operations in December 1941, before Belzec, Sobibor, or Treblinka. It targeted the Jewish population of the Wartheland systematically and almost completely. In doing so, it demonstrated that entire regional communities could be eradicated through coordinated deportation and immediate killing. When the camp temporarily ceased operations in 1943, much of its intended target population had already been destroyed. Its reopening in 1944 coincided with the final liquidation of the Łódź Ghetto. By that time, the broader machinery of extermination had reached its most lethal phase. Auschwitz-Birkenau was operating at full capacity. The Hungarian deportations were imminent. The Nazi regime, even as military defeat loomed, intensified its efforts to complete what it called the final solution. Chełmno's final phase was thus not an isolated episode. It was part of a closing chapter in a continent-wide campaign of annihilation. Yet Chełmno's relative obscurity in post-war memory reflects something deeper. Because it left fewer surviving witnesses and fewer intact structures, it did not occupy the same symbolic space as Auschwitz. But historically, it reveals the incremental nature of genocide. There was no single moment when the Holocaust began in its fully industrialized form. There were stages, adaptations, experiments. Chełmno represents one of those early stages where policy hardened into practice and method replaced improvisation. The camp's small administrative staff, the reliance on mobile gas vans, and the forest cremations illustrate how genocide can be conducted through minimal infrastructure when supported by ideological commitment and bureaucratic coordination. As we move forward in this chapter, We will examine the specific administrative structure of Chełmno, who commanded it, how orders were transmitted, how regional authorities coordinated deportations, and how the camp fit into the hierarchy of Nazi governance. Understanding Chełmno requires more than recounting events. It requires tracing the links between local initiative and central policy, between Berlin's directives and the forest clearings near the village of Chełmno. Because genocide did not function as chaos. It functioned as organization. Chapter 8, Segment 2. Administration, Coordination, and the Machinery Behind Chełmno. To understand how Chełmno operated during its final phase, we must look beyond the gas vans and the forest clearings and examine the structure that made the camp possible. Murder at Chełmno was not carried out by a mob. It was organized, supervised, documented, and protected by a defined chain of command. At the top stood regional authorities in the Wartheland, particularly the office of Gauleiter Arthur Greiser. The Wartheland, annexed directly into the German Reich after the invasion of Poland, was treated as a laboratory for radical racial policy. Greiser was determined to cleanse his territory of Jews as quickly and completely as possible. He did not act alone. He operated within a framework of authority that included Heinrich Himmler, the Reichsführer SS, whose vision of racial reordering shaped the entire camp system. Chełmno's command structure reflected this relationship between local initiative and central approval. Orders moved downward. Reports moved upward. Deportation schedules were coordinated between civil authorities, the Gestapo, railway officials, and the camp administration. Each link in the chain performed a specific task. The camp itself was commanded by SS officers who oversaw two primary operational zones: the manor house complex in the village and the forest burial and cremation site. These zones functioned like separate departments of a single enterprise. The manor house processed arrivals and maintained the deception. The forest completed the physical destruction of bodies. Administrative routines governed everything. Transport lists were prepared in advance. Ghettos were instructed how many people to assemble and when. Confiscated property was inventoried. Valuables were sorted and redirected into the Reich's economic system. Even the ash from burned bodies had to be managed and concealed. The killing process may have been brutal, but its management was systematic. During Chełmno's first phase in 1941 to 1943, records were limited and often intentionally vague. By 1944, however, the broader Nazi apparatus had become accustomed to operating extermination centers alongside concentration camps and forced labor facilities. The language used in correspondence was coded, bureaucratic, and deliberately detached from the reality it described. Deportations were framed as resettlements. Executions were recorded as special treatment. The language functioned as insulation, a way of transforming violence into paperwork. Chełmno's staff was relatively small compared to larger camps. This small scale created a particular dynamic. Personnel worked closely together and were directly involved in multiple stages of the process. Drivers of the gas vans, guards at the manor house, and those assigned to supervise forced labor details in the forest all operated within a compact hierarchy. Yet this small staff relied on broader cooperation. Local police units guarded the perimeter. Railway officials ensured trains arrived on time. Civil administrators coordinated deportations from ghettos. Without these supporting structures, Chełmno could not have functioned. This interconnectedness reveals an essential truth about the Holocaust. Extermination required collaboration across institutions. It was not confined to a single camp commander or even a single agency. It depended on the participation, active or passive, of bureaucrats, clerks, engineers, and transportation officials. Chełmno illustrates this clearly. Its physical footprint was limited, but its operational reach extended through the administrative arteries of the region. When the camp resumed operations in 1944, These systems were already in place. The liquidation of the Łódź Ghetto required coordination on a massive scale. Tens of thousands were deported over a period of weeks. The railway schedules had to align. The transfer to trucks at Kolo had to be timed. The manor house had to process arrivals continuously. The pressure on Chełmno's infrastructure intensified. Unlike the earlier phase when burial pits dominated, the 1944 operations relied more heavily on cremation to avoid leaving evidence. This shift required careful management of fuel supplies, labor details, and disposal sites. The SS supervised these activities with increasing urgency as the Red Army advanced closer to central Poland. At the same time, secrecy remained paramount. The camp's location in a rural area had always provided a degree of concealment. But by 1944, rumors of extermination camps had circulated across Europe. Reports had reached Allied governments. Within occupied territories, fragments of information spread among populations. The SS understood that time was limited. This awareness influenced administrative decisions. Documents were destroyed or minimized. Orders were sometimes transmitted verbally. Evidence was reduced wherever possible. Chełmno's relative isolation became an asset in this effort to erase traces. Yet complete erasure was impossible. Even the most disciplined bureaucracy leaves remnants. Survivor testimony would later reconstruct the chain of command. Post-war investigations pieced together the names of officers and the structure of authority. Though Chełmno lacked the physical scale of Auschwitz or the symbolic notoriety of Treblinka, its administrative footprint could still be traced. The camp's integration into the broader SS and police network also meant that responsibility extended beyond its immediate personnel. Orders to liquidate ghettos came from higher offices. Deportation quotas were set by regional authorities. Chełmno executed policy. It did not invent it in isolation. This distinction matters because it demonstrates how genocide operates not only through individual cruelty but through institutional alignment. When ideology, administration, and logistics converge, a small facility like Chełmno can become a central instrument of destruction. As Chapter 8 continues, we will turn to the final weeks of Chełmno's existence. The decisions made as the Soviet army approached, the attempts to eliminate remaining witnesses, and the hurried dismantling of what remained. The administrative machine that had functioned with precision for years would soon confront its own collapse. But even in its final days, the system did not simply stop. It accelerated. Chapter 8, Segment 3. The Final Weeks. Erasure, Collapse, and the Last Witnesses. By late 1944 and early 1945, the world that had allowed Chełmno to operate in secrecy was collapsing. The Red Army was advancing westward at a pace that stunned German planners. Towns fell in rapid succession. Rail lines were cut. Civil authorities prepared evacuation plans. Across occupied Poland, SS commanders received urgent instructions. Eliminate evidence, remove prisoners, leave nothing behind. At Chełmno, the killing had already slowed. The liquidation of the Łódź Ghetto had largely been completed. Tens of thousands had passed through the manor house and into the Gasvans during the summer and autumn of 1944. The forest at Rzutcho had again become a place of smoke and flame as bodies were burned to prevent future discovery. But the camp was not yet empty. A small group of Jewish prisoners remained. Men forced to maintain the cremation pits, sort belongings, dismantle structures, and assist in the concealment of mass graves. These prisoners understood something with terrifying clarity. When the work was finished, they too would be killed. There would be no transports home, no liberation at the gates. Chełmno had been designed as a closed system. Witnesses were not meant to survive. As Soviet forces drew closer in January 1945, SS leadership made its final decision. The remaining prisoners would be eliminated. The buildings associated with the killing process would be destroyed. Documents, if any still existed, would be burned. The site would be reduced to silence. In the forest, execution squads carried out the last murders. Some prisoners were shot near the cremation pits they had tended. Others were killed in smaller groups to avoid attention. The operation was methodical, but the urgency of the approaching front introduced chaos. Gunfire echoed through the trees as winter winds carried the sound across frozen ground. Yet not every intended victim died. In the confusion of those final days, several prisoners managed to escape. Accounts differ in detail, but they share a common thread. Opportunity emerged from disorder. Guards distracted. Patrols reduced. Darkness and forest terrain offering cover. A handful of men fled into the surrounding countryside, carrying with them knowledge that had been meant to disappear forever. These survivors would later testify. Their words would form the backbone of what the world knows about Chełmno. Meanwhile, SS personnel dismantled what they could. The manor house, the first stage of deception, had already been damaged during earlier attempts to conceal operations in 1943. In 1944 to 45, remaining structures were set ablaze or destroyed. The cremation sites were covered. Ash was scattered. Pits were leveled. The intention was clear. When Soviet troops arrived, they should find nothing but rural quiet. But landscapes remember. The ground at Rysucho was not ordinary soil. It had been disturbed repeatedly. Layers of ash lay beneath frost. Bone fragments remained in shallow earth. Even after systematic efforts at concealment, traces endured. When the Red Army entered the region in January 1945, Chełmno was no longer functioning as a camp. There were no columns of prisoners behind barbed wire.
No visible deportation transports arriving.
What remained was absence, and the testimony of those who had escaped. Unlike Majdanek, which had been captured largely intact months earlier, Chełmno presented investigators with a puzzle. The physical structures were minimal. Documentation was scarce. Establishing the scale and method of killing required reconstruction through witness statements, forensic examination, and the careful piecing together of regional deportation records. In the immediate aftermath of war, Chełmno did not dominate headlines in the way larger camps did. Its rural isolation and the near-total elimination of its prisoners limited public awareness. Yet within Poland and among surviving Jewish communities, its name was known. It was the place where entire ghettos vanished without return. The post-war pursuit of justice would be uneven. Some former personnel were captured, tried, and sentenced. Others evaded accountability for years. As with many Holocaust crimes, legal reckoning lagged behind moral recognition. But Chełmno's historical significance grew over time. It was the first fixed extermination center to begin operations using mobile gas vans as a primary killing method. It served as a transitional model between earlier euthanasia programs and the more industrialized death camps of Operation Reinhard. It demonstrated how quickly ideology could be translated into operational routine. And it revealed a chilling fact. Genocide did not require monumental architecture. It could unfold in a small village, inside an ordinary manor house, along a forest path that led to hidden pits. In the final analysis, Chełmno's collapse mirrors its creation. Both were marked by administrative decision. Orders issued, structures assembled, then dismantled. In both phases, human beings were treated as logistical variables, first as victims to be processed, then as witnesses to be erased. But erasure failed, because history survives through fragments. Through the testimony of those who escaped in January 1945, through documents preserved in archives, through forensic traces beneath forest soil, through the memory carried by communities that lost thousands without graves. Chełmno did not leave towering ruins. It left silence, and the responsibility to fill that silence with truth. As we move into the next chapter, we will examine how the memory of Chełmno was reconstructed in the decades after the war, how historians, survivors, and investigators transformed scattered evidence into documented history, and how a site once meant to vanish became part of the permanent record of human atrocity. The camp of the Gasvans ended in fire and gunshots in a frozen forest. But its story did not end there. Chapter 9, Segment 1. After the silence, investigating a camp that was meant to disappear. When the guns fell silent in early 1945, Chełmno did not greet the liberators with rows of barracks and surviving prisoners behind barbed wire. It did not present towering crematoria or administrative offices filled with neatly preserved files. What investigators found instead was absence. A manor house reduced to ruin, disturbed earth in a forest clearing, scattered fragments of bone, and a town that had watched transports arrive but never return. Chełmno had been designed to leave almost no trace. Its victims were not registered for long-term detention. They were not tattooed with numbers. They did not pass through an extended camp bureaucracy. Most were murdered within hours of arrival. The system required minimal paperwork, minimal infrastructure, and minimal witnesses. That simplicity, once intended to streamline killing, now complicated justice. The first task facing Soviet and later Polish investigators was to establish that a mass crime had taken place at all. Survivors' testimonies formed the foundation. A handful of Jewish men who had escaped during earlier uprisings or in the chaotic final days began recounting what they had seen. The manor house where deportees were told they would bathe, the sealed gas vans disguised as transport vehicles, the suffocation during transit to the forest, the burial pits, the exhumations, the burning of bodies. These accounts were detailed, consistent, and harrowing. They described technical features of the vans, exhaust pipes rerouted into sealed cargo compartments. They explained the rotation of labor groups forced to unload corpses and burn remains. They identified specific SS personnel by name and behavior. Yet testimony alone was not enough for courts of law. Physical evidence had to support it. Excavations began in the forest of Rzuczo. Investigators uncovered layers of ash mixed with soil. Charred human bones surfaced beneath shallow coverings. Personal effects, buttons, fragments of clothing, broken eyeglasses, emerged from the earth. Though the Nazis had attempted to destroy graves during Operation 1005, complete erasure proved impossible. Fire could consume bodies, but it could not eliminate every trace. Parallel to forensic work, archival reconstruction unfolded. Deportation records from the Łódź Ghetto provided lists of transports sent to Chełmno. German administrative correspondence, recovered elsewhere, referenced special treatment operations. Local railway documentation confirmed the movement of trains to nearby stations. When aligned chronologically, these records converged on a single conclusion. Tens of thousands had been sent to Chełmno and never reappeared. One of the most chilling realizations for investigators was how normalized the process had been. The town of Chełmno had continued functioning throughout the camp's operation. Local infrastructure supported transport logistics. Some civilians were aware that deportees were being killed, though the full scale remained unclear. Silence and fear operated alongside knowledge. This blurred boundary between secrecy and visibility complicated moral reckoning. Legal proceedings began in stages. In Poland, early trials targeted captured SS personnel and collaborators. Witnesses recounted the structure of the camp, the rhythm of killings, the names of guards. Defendants frequently claimed they were following orders, performing transport duties, or unaware of the ultimate fate of deportees. Courts had to navigate incomplete documentation and the passage of time. In West Germany, investigations would stretch into the 1950s and 1960s. As public awareness of the Holocaust expanded, Chełmno's role within the broader extermination system gained attention. Prosecutors sought to connect individual perpetrators to specific acts of murder. Yet challenges persisted. Some suspects had died in the war. Others had blended back into civilian life. Memory faded. Evidence deteriorated. Despite these obstacles, Chełmno gradually secured its place in Holocaust history. Scholars identified it as the first stationary extermination site to use gas vans on a systematic scale. It served as a precursor to the larger Operation Reinhard camps, Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka, where fixed gas chambers replaced mobile vans, but the underlying logic remained identical. Rapid, concealed mass killing. The reconstruction of Chełmno's history revealed something unsettling. Its efficiency did not depend on monumental architecture. It required only a rural estate, modified vehicles, disciplined personnel, and administrative will. The absence of grand structures made it easier to hide and harder to remember. Yet memory persisted. Survivors testified not only in courtrooms but in written memoirs and public commemorations. Jewish communities documented the disappearance of entire families. Historians pieced together operational details through cross-referenced archives across Poland, Germany, and Israel. Each fragment strengthened the evidentiary chain. By the late 20th century, Chełmno was recognized not as a peripheral episode but as a critical link in the evolution of Nazi extermination policy. It marked the transition from localized massacres to mechanized, mobile killing units integrated into state logistics. It demonstrated how experimentation in one location informed expansion elsewhere. The forest that once concealed mass graves became a memorial site. Excavated remains were reinterred with dignity. Markers were placed to acknowledge what the Nazis had tried to obliterate. Visitors walked paths where gas vans once rolled. Silence, once imposed by fear, became reflective rather than enforced. But the work of historical clarification was not only about honoring the dead. It was about confronting a system that relied on ordinary tools: engines, paperwork, railway schedules. Chełmno showed how quickly a state could transform civilian infrastructure into instruments of annihilation. That transformation did not occur in isolation. It required cooperation, compliance, and bureaucratic alignment. As we move forward, we will examine how Chełmno's legacy shaped post-war understanding of genocide, how it influenced legal definitions, memorial culture, and the broader narrative of the Holocaust. Because Chełmno challenges a comforting myth, that mass murder must leave monumental ruins. Sometimes it leaves only disturbed soil and a few surviving voices. And those voices became stronger than the silence intended to replace them. Chapter 9, Segment 2. Trials, Memory, and the Struggle for Accountability. In the years after the war, Chełmno lingered in an uneasy space between knowledge and obscurity. The physical traces had been damaged. The number of surviving witnesses was small. Compared to Auschwitz or Majdanek, there were no vast barracks still standing, no mountains of preserved hair or suitcases. Chełmno had been reduced to fragments, and in that fragmentation lay a challenge for justice. The first major investigations began in Poland, where authorities gathered testimony from survivors and local residents. Former members of the camp staff who had been captured or identified were interrogated. The questions were methodical. Who ordered the transports? Who drove the vans? Who guarded the manor house? Who supervised the burial pits? Piece by piece, a structure emerged. Witnesses described the manor house reception area where victims were told they would be bathed and disinfected. They explained how the deception worked. False reassurances, instructions to undress, promises that clothing would be returned. Then the sealed vans, the engine starting, the drive to the forest, the unloading of bodies. Defendants often attempted to minimize their roles. Some claimed they were drivers, mechanics, or low-level guards. Others insisted they did not know the vans were lethal. A few argued that refusal would have meant execution. Courts were forced to confront a disturbing pattern: the normalization of participation. The machinery of murder at Chełmno had functioned not because of a handful of sadists, but because a chain of individuals performed assigned tasks with lethal consequences. The concept of following orders was tested repeatedly. At Nuremberg and in subsequent trials, the principle was established that obedience did not absolve responsibility for crimes against humanity. Yet applying that principle in specific cases required evidence, and Chełmno's sparse documentation complicated matters. Without extensive paper trails, prosecutors relied heavily on survivor accounts and corroborating archival fragments from other administrative offices. In West Germany during the 1960s, renewed attention to Nazi crimes brought Chełmno back into the legal spotlight. Investigations sought to identify former SS personnel who had served at the camp. Some were found living ordinary lives, having reintegrated into post-war society. When arrested, they often appeared as aging men, far removed in appearance from the uniformed figures survivors remembered. The trials that followed were painstaking. Prosecutors reconstructed the chain of command, the transport schedules, the modifications made to the vans. Survivors testified again, reliving events decades old. In courtrooms, they described suffocation sounds from inside sealed compartments, the smell of exhaust, the weight of bodies pulled from vehicles. Their words carried the burden of proof for thousands who had left no written record. Sentences varied. Some perpetrators received prison terms. Others were acquitted for lack of sufficient evidence tying them to specific acts. For survivors and families of victims, justice often felt partial and delayed. The legal process could not restore lives lost, nor could it fully capture the magnitude of the crime. But it established an official acknowledgement. Chełmno had been a site of systematic extermination. Beyond the courtroom, historians undertook their own reckoning. Research into the Łódź Ghetto archives clarified the scale of deportations. German wartime correspondence referencing special treatment was re-examined in light of survivor testimony. Forensic studies in the forest area confirmed the presence of human remains despite earlier attempts at destruction. Each new finding reinforced Chełmno's role as a precursor in the evolution of industrialized murder. Public memory, however, evolved slowly. In the immediate post-war decades, Chełmno did not command the same global recognition as larger camps. Its lack of monumental ruins made it less visible in the public imagination. School textbooks often focused on Auschwitz as the symbol of the Holocaust. Yet scholars emphasized that understanding Chełmno was essential to understanding how the final solution developed. Chełmno demonstrated that genocide did not require massive infrastructure from the outset. It could begin with mobile technology and administrative efficiency. The gas vans represented an experimental phase, a testing ground for techniques later expanded elsewhere. Recognizing this progression deepened awareness of how quickly policy radicalization occurred. By the late 20th century, memorialization efforts intensified. The site in the forest at Rzutcho was marked with monuments and plaques. The manor house ruins were preserved as a historical location. Educational programs were established to explain not only what happened there, but how it fit into the broader network of extermination sites. Visitors walking the grounds encountered something striking: openness. Unlike camps enclosed by vast surviving fences, Chełmno's terrain blended into surrounding countryside. Trees grew where burial pits once lay. Paths crossed spaces once used for execution logistics. This natural integration into everyday landscape underscored a chilling truth: extraordinary crimes had unfolded in ordinary settings. As research continued, Chełmno's significance became clearer in Holocaust scholarship. It was one of the earliest sites where gassing was used systematically against deported Jewish populations. It bridged the gap between mass shootings by Einsatzgruppen and fixed gas chambers in later camps. Its methods revealed how experimentation and adaptation fueled escalation. Memory also became intergenerational. Descendants of victims sought information about relatives who had vanished from the Łódź Ghetto transports. Archives collaborated internationally to identify names, reconstruct family histories, and document individual stories. Where the Nazis had reduced people to transport numbers, historians restored identities. In this way, Chełmno's attempted erasure ultimately failed. The silence that once cloaked it gave way to testimony, scholarship, and commemoration. Justice may have been incomplete, but acknowledgement endured. Yet even as memory strengthened, Chełmno continues to pose unsettling questions. How could a killing center operate with such minimal infrastructure? How could local communities witness transports and not intervene? How did administrative language mask reality so effectively that murder could be recorded as routine procedure? These questions extend beyond Chełmno itself. They speak to the mechanics of modern bureaucracy, the moral hazards of obedience, and the fragility of ethical boundaries under authoritarian regimes. As we move into the final segment of this chapter, we will examine Chełmno's enduring legacy, not only as a site of atrocity, but as a warning about the quiet efficiency with which human systems can be transformed into instruments of destruction. Because Chełmno teaches that genocide does not always roar. Sometimes it runs on an engine's steady hum, disappearing into the trees, unless someone chooses to remember. Chapter 9, Segment 3. The meaning of Chełmno. System, silence, and the warning that remains. Chełmno does not confront you with towering ruins. It does not overwhelm you with endless rows of barracks. It does not present the scale of Auschwitz or the preserved gas chambers of Majdanek. Instead, it leaves something far more unsettling: absence. An empty manor house site, a clearing in a forest, a road where vehicles once drove in measured, deliberate routine. And yet, within that absence lies one of the clearest examples of how genocide becomes a system. Chełmno was not chaotic. It was not improvised violence in the heat of battle. It was scheduled. It was recorded. It was organized around transports, fuel consumption, capacity limits, and burial logistics. Trains departed from the Łódź Ghetto on specific dates. Arrival times were coordinated. Victims were processed in predictable stages. The vans operated as mobile killing chambers with calculated efficiency. The forest became the endpoint of a carefully designed procedure. The horror of Chełmno is not only what happened there. It is how smoothly it happened. Unlike later camps that relied on permanent gas chambers, Chełmno used vehicles. This mobility allowed flexibility. It reduced construction time. It allowed the killing process to begin earlier, while larger extermination centers were still being built. It demonstrated that mass murder could be implemented with limited infrastructure if ideology and administrative will aligned. This was a prototype, and prototypes matter. Chełmno revealed to Nazi planners that deportation and gassing could be integrated into existing transportation networks. It showed that deception could be standardized. It proved that the removal of victims' belongings could be monetized and absorbed into the war economy. It also demonstrated that burial and concealment required planning, leading to later refinements in cremation capacity elsewhere. Chełmno was an experiment in making death efficient, but it was also an experiment in silence. The manor house stood near a village. The forest was not remote wilderness. It was part of a living landscape. Locals saw transports. They heard engines. Some noticed smoke or unusual activity. Rumors circulated. Yet the machinery continued. Silence does not always mean ignorance. Sometimes it means fear. Sometimes it means self-preservation. Sometimes it means moral compromise. The structure of Chełmno relied not only on perpetrators, but on a surrounding environment where resistance was rare and risk was high. The regime had already normalized discrimination, isolation, and the stripping of rights. By the time gas vans began operating, the victims had been removed from social visibility. Their disappearance could be explained as resettlement. Their absence could be absorbed into daily life. Genocide does not begin with vans. It begins with exclusion. It begins when a group is defined as a problem, when language changes, when laws change, when rights are withdrawn, when bureaucratic categories replace names. By the time Chełmno opened in December 1941, years of ideological conditioning had already prepared the ground. The step from discrimination to deportation, from deportation to extermination, had been paved through policy and propaganda. Chełmno's legacy forces us to confront that progression. It also forces us to confront technological neutrality.
Ovonisho vehicle.
An engine is a machine. Exhaust is waste. Yet, under a particular system, these ordinary components became tools of murder. Technology did not create the crime, but it enabled its scale. Modern societies depend on logistics, transportation networks, supply chains, documentation systems. These are hallmarks of organization and progress. Chełmno demonstrates how quickly those same systems can be redirected toward destruction if ethical boundaries collapse. This is why Chełmno matters beyond its numbers. It matters because it shows how genocide can hide in procedure. After the war, Chełmno's relative obscurity meant that public awareness grew slowly. Many survivors had been murdered during the final liquidation. Those who lived carried testimonies that were at first overshadowed by revelations from larger camps. But as scholarship expanded, Chełmno took its place in the broader narrative, not as a footnote, but as an early chapter in the implementation of the final solution. Researchers studying the evolution of Nazi extermination policies increasingly pointed to Chełmno as a turning point. It was one of the first sites where deported Jewish populations were systematically gassed upon arrival. It bridged earlier mobile shooting operations and later fixed gas chamber complexes. It demonstrated the feasibility of extermination as administrative routine. In that sense, Chełmno was both beginning and warning. Today, visitors to the site encounter memorial markers rather than towering structures. Names of destroyed communities are inscribed. The forest stands quiet. Birds move where vans once drove. The silence is profound, but it is not emptiness. It is charged with memory. For descendants of victims, Chełmno represents unanswered questions. Many families never learned precise dates or circumstances of death. Records were incomplete. Bodies were burned or buried in mass graves. Identity was reduced to transport lists. Yet through archival research, oral history, and memorial projects, efforts continue to restore names to those who were meant to disappear without trace. This act of restoration is itself resistance to the original intent. The Nazis attempted to erase Chełmno. They dismantled structures. They destroyed evidence. They eliminated witnesses. They tried to ensure that the forest would swallow the crime. But memory persists. Chełmno's significance lies not only in documenting what happened, but in understanding how it became possible. It is a study in escalation, in bureaucratic obedience, in technological adaptation, and in moral failure. And it asks a question that extends far beyond 1941. What safeguards prevent ordinary systems from becoming instruments of harm? Laws can be changed. Language can be twisted. Institutions can be repurposed. History shows that no society is immune to radicalization if fear and ideology override human dignity. Chełmno reminds us that genocide can begin quietly. It does not require dramatic announcements. It can begin with paperwork, with transport schedules, with policy memoranda, with engines running in the background. As we approach the final chapter of this documentary, we carry this understanding forward. Chełmno was not an isolated anomaly. It was part of a broader system, one that expanded across occupied Europe. To understand that system fully, we must see how each piece fit together. Chełmno was one of the earliest pieces: a manor house, a forest, a line of vans, and a system that turned ordinary mechanisms into instruments of annihilation, until silence itself became evidence. In the next chapter, we will examine the final collapse of that system, the liberation of territories, and the lasting imprint Chełmno left on history, not as a forgotten site, but as a foundational warning about how genocide can be engineered, implemented, and almost erased. Chapter 10, Segment 1. Collapse, Liberation, and the Unraveling of the Killing System. By the winter of 1944, the machinery that had powered Chełmno for nearly 3 years was beginning to fracture. Not because it had lost its will, but because the war that sustained it was collapsing. The Red Army was advancing steadily westward, breaking through German lines across occupied Poland. Railways that once carried deportation transports were now crowded with retreating soldiers, fleeing administrators, and the remnants of a crumbling empire. Chełmno, which had already been temporarily closed once and reopened to complete unfinished extermination operations, now faced a final reckoning. The camp's renewed phase of killing in 1944 had targeted remaining Jews from the Łódź Ghetto and surrounding labor camps. The goal was simple: eliminate witnesses before the front lines arrived. But time was running out. The SS officers overseeing Chełmno understood what Soviet capture would mean. They had seen what happened when camps were overrun unexpectedly. Majdanek, liberated in July 1944, had been found largely intact. Warehouses full of shoes, gas chambers standing, crematoria undestroyed. That failure to conceal had shocked even Nazi leadership. Chełmno's administrators would not allow the same mistake, if they could prevent it. The final phase of destruction began quietly. Documents were burned, temporary structures dismantled. Evidence in the forest was revisited once more. Prisoners from the remaining Sonderkommando units, men who had been forced to exhume and burn bodies, now faced the grim realization that they too were disposable. Many were murdered to ensure no testimony would survive. The manor house site, which had served as the reception and undressing area during the first phase of operations, had long since been damaged and partially dismantled. What remained was stripped further. The forest clearings at Rysucho, where mass graves had once filled the earth, were disguised as best as possible under winter conditions. Ash was scattered, pits were leveled. Nature was expected to cooperate in concealment. But concealment has limits. As Soviet forces advanced in January 1945, German units withdrew rapidly. The front moved too quickly for comprehensive demolition. Chełmno was abandoned in haste. Some SS personnel retreated west. Others attempted to blend into retreating military columns. The site, once organized around strict routine and lethal precision, dissolved into silence. When Soviet troops entered the region, they did not encounter a fully functioning extermination center. They found fragments, traces of structures, disturbed earth, evidence of burning. Unlike Majdanek, there were no intact gas chambers to photograph. No large warehouses of confiscated belongings. Chełmno had been smaller, more improvised, and more thoroughly dismantled. Yet signs remained. Local inhabitants spoke of transports, of unusual activity in the forest, of smoke and guarded zones. Investigators examined the grounds and began piecing together what had occurred. The absence of buildings did not mean the absence of crime. The disturbed soil at Rysucho, the remnants of foundations, and scattered material evidence pointed toward systematic killing. survivor testimony became essential. A small number of individuals who had escaped during earlier periods, including prisoners who fled during the 1942 uprising attempt, had already provided accounts. Others who survived the camp's final liquidation shared memories of the vans, the manor house, the forest clearings. Their testimonies described the routine with chilling clarity. Arrival, deception, loading, engine noise, burial. These accounts allowed investigators to reconstruct the sequence even where physical structures were gone. Chełmno thus entered post-war history not through preserved architecture, but through memory and forensic reconstruction. It required listening. It required comparison of testimonies. It required acknowledging that genocide does not always leave monumental ruins. Sometimes it leaves only altered landscapes and scattered ash. As the broader war concluded in May 1945, attention shifted toward capturing and prosecuting perpetrators. Some Chełmno personnel were identified. A number were arrested in the following years. Trials held in Poland and later in West Germany examined the role of specific SS officers and auxiliary guards involved in the camp's operations. These proceedings were complex. Documentation had been destroyed. Witnesses were few. The camp had operated in 2 phases with shifting personnel. Establishing chains of command required painstaking archival work. But convictions were secured in several cases, bringing at least partial accountability for the crimes committed there. Still, justice was incomplete. Many perpetrators evaded prosecution or received limited sentences relative to the scale of destruction. Chełmno, lacking the notoriety of Auschwitz, often remained peripheral in public awareness. The scale of its murder, tens or hundreds of thousands depending on estimates, did not immediately imprint itself on global consciousness the way other camps did. And yet, Chełmno had been a beginning. In December 1941, before Operation Reinhardt's death camps were fully operational, Chełmno demonstrated that systematic gassing could be integrated into deportation policy. It proved that mass murder could be implemented through mobile technology. It became a template not in architectural form, but in procedural logic. That logic survived beyond the physical camp. As investigators and historians examined Nazi policy after the war, Chełmno appeared repeatedly as an early turning point in the final solution's evolution. It linked the earlier T4 euthanasia program, with its carbon monoxide gas chambers, to the later extermination facilities of Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka. Personnel overlaps suggested continuity. Methods evolved, but intent remained constant. Chełmno thus occupies a crucial place in understanding how genocide became operationalized. It shows that extermination was not a sudden leap but a progression, from discrimination to deportation, from shooting operations to gassing experiments, from temporary solutions to industrial systems. Chełmno sits at that hinge point. The collapse of the camp did not erase its significance. In the years after the war, memorialization efforts began gradually. Monuments were erected near the former manor house site and in the forest clearing at Rysucho. Names of destroyed communities were commemorated. Educational programs sought to restore Chełmno to its rightful place in Holocaust history. Visitors today encounter quiet fields and wooded paths. There are no towering chimneys.
No preserved barracks.
Instead, there is landscape and the knowledge of what occurred beneath it. Chapter 10 begins not with operation, but with aftermath. The system that powered Chełmno collapsed along with the Reich. But its mechanisms, ideological radicalization, bureaucratic obedience, logistical coordination, did not disappear from historical study. They became subjects of warning. Chełmno stands as a reminder that genocide can begin in modest buildings and end in empty forests. It does not require monumental structures to function. It requires only alignment between ideology, authority, and indifference. In the final segments of this documentary, We will examine how Chełmno's memory endured, how its story was reconstructed from fragments, and what its history reveals about the fragile boundary between modern administration and organized destruction. Chapter 10, Segment 2. Trials, Testimony, and the Long Search for Justice. When the war ended, Chełmno did not present the Allies with towering ruins or intact gas chambers the way other camps did. It presented something more difficult: absence, burned documents, dismantled structures, forest soil that had been turned and leveled. The crime scene had been partially erased, and yet what had happened there demanded reckoning. In the immediate post-war years, the priority of the Allied powers focused first on the highest-ranking Nazi officials. The International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg prosecuted leaders of the Reich, including those responsible for planning and directing genocide. But Chełmno was not always named in early global headlines. Its scale, its earlier timeline, and its deliberate destruction made it harder to narrate than the vast complexes of Auschwitz or the infamous images from Bergen-Belsen. Justice for Chełmno would come slowly and unevenly. Polish authorities, working in a devastated country still reeling from occupation, began collecting testimony from survivors and witnesses. Villagers from the Chełmno area described transports moving through the region. They recalled unusual security zones in the forest. They remembered smoke and guarded trucks. Survivors who had escaped during the camp's operation, including members of the forced burial squads, provided detailed accounts of the gas vans and the forest pits. Their testimonies became foundational. Unlike other camps where extensive SS documentation survived, Chełmno's administrative records had largely been destroyed. Prosecutors relied heavily on witness statements, reconstructed timelines, and cross-referenced personnel assignments. Identifying specific perpetrators required careful comparison of transfer lists, SS rosters, and testimony from multiple sources. Some former SS men involved in Chełmno were arrested in the late 1940s. Trials held in Poland resulted in convictions and, in several cases, death sentences. These early proceedings established Chełmno's function as an extermination center and formally documented the use of gas vans as a systematic killing method. But accountability did not end there. In West Germany during the 1950s and 1960s, renewed investigations into Nazi crimes led to additional prosecutions. As public awareness of the Holocaust deepened, prosecutors reopened cases that had previously been overlooked or inadequately pursued. The Chełmno trials held in the early 1960s examined the roles of former SS personnel and auxiliary guards who had participated in the camp's operations. These proceedings were complex and often controversial. Defense attorneys argued that their clients had acted under orders, that they had no real choice, that they were minor participants in a vast system. Prosecutors countered that obedience did not absolve responsibility, especially in cases of mass murder carried out repeatedly and with documented cruelty. Survivors testified in court, recounting how victims were deceived, how vans were loaded, how bodies were buried. The trials established a crucial legal principle. Participation in extermination, even without direct command authority, constituted criminal responsibility. Yet many perpetrators escaped punishment altogether. Some had died during the war. Others blended back into civilian life under false names. The fragmented nature of Chełmno's evidence made comprehensive prosecution difficult. Justice, in many instances, remained partial. At the same time, historical research advanced. Scholars began examining Chełmno's role within the broader evolution of the final solution. It became increasingly clear that the camp represented a transitional phase between the mass shootings carried out by Einsatzgruppen in the east and the fixed gas chamber facilities of Operation Reinhard. Chełmno's gas vans demonstrated that systematic gassing could be integrated into deportation policy long before industrial crematoria dominated the extermination system. Historians also traced personnel overlaps between Chełmno and later camps. Several individuals involved in the T4 euthanasia program, which had targeted disabled Germans using carbon monoxide gas, were later deployed to extermination operations. The technical knowledge transferred from one killing program to another revealed continuity rather than improvisation. Chełmno thus emerged not as an isolated anomaly, but as an early link in a chain. Public memory of Chełmno developed gradually. For years, the site remained relatively obscure compared to Auschwitz or Treblinka. The absence of preserved large-scale structures contributed to this marginalization. There were no towering ruins to photograph, no intact gas chambers to tour. Instead, there were fields, forest clearings, and memorial markers. But absence carries its own weight. In later decades, memorial efforts expanded. Museums and educational programs began incorporating Chełmno into broader Holocaust narratives. Exhibitions documented the operation of gas vans, using surviving technical descriptions and post-war testimonies. Archaeological investigations at the forest burial sites uncovered physical evidence that corroborated witness accounts. Fragments of personal belongings, remnants of structures, traces of burning. Each discovery reinforced what survivors had long insisted upon. Commemoration ceremonies at Chełmno honor victims from the Łódź Ghetto and surrounding regions. Names of destroyed communities are read aloud. The forest at Rysucho, once a killing ground, now stands as a place of remembrance. The manor house site is marked not by grandeur, but by quiet acknowledgement. The trials and the memorials serve different purposes. Trials establish legal responsibility. Memorials preserve moral memory. Both are necessary. One confronts the perpetrators. The other protects the victims from erasure. Chełmno teaches a difficult lesson about historical visibility. Because the Nazis dismantled it, because few survivors remained, and because the structures did not endure in dramatic form, its story might have faded. It survived because witnesses spoke, investigators listened, and historians persisted. The post-war reckoning also exposed broader truths about modern bureaucracy. Chełmno was not the work of a single fanatic. It required drivers, mechanics, clerks, guards, railway coordinators, and administrators. It required signatures on transport orders and schedules for deportations. It required individuals who, day after day, treated murder as routine labor. The courtroom testimonies forced societies to confront this reality. Some defendants insisted they were small cogs in a large machine. But the machine functioned precisely because so many cogs turned willingly. The trials underscored that genocide is not sustained by leaders alone. It depends on layers of participation. As we move toward the final segment of this documentary, Chełmno stands not only as a historical site, but as a case study in how truth survives attempted erasure. The Nazis tried to eliminate evidence. They dynamited structures. They burned files. They killed witnesses. They failed to extinguish memory. Chapter 10 continues by exploring Chełmno's lasting legacy, how it reshaped our understanding of the Holocaust, and what its story demands from future generations. Chapter 10, Segment 3. Legacy. The silence that still speaks. There are no towering brick barracks at Chełmno. No vast rows of barbed wire stretching to the horizon. No preserved gas chambers standing intact as grim monuments. What remains instead is something quieter, and in many ways more unsettling. A small manor house site. A forest clearing. A stretch of earth where the soil once shifted under forced labor and burning pyres. Chełmno is a place where absence is the evidence, and that absence forces us to confront a deeper truth about the Holocaust, that genocide does not always leave dramatic ruins. Sometimes it leaves almost nothing, and sometimes that is by design. Chełmno was the first fixed extermination center of the Nazi regime. Before the death factories of Operation Reinhard reached their terrifying scale, before Auschwitz expanded into industrialized annihilation, Chełmno demonstrated something crucial. That killing could be organized, mobile, systematic, and bureaucratically managed with chilling efficiency. The gas vans used here were primitive compared to later facilities. They were not yet optimized for mass throughput. They were slow, mechanical, improvised. But they proved a concept that deportation could be paired directly with murder, that victims could be processed immediately upon arrival, that deception could replace resistance. The lessons learned at Chełmno did not remain in the forest. They traveled. Personnel moved to other camps. Administrative practices were refined. Deportation lists grew longer. The logic of extermination became embedded into policy. Chełmno stands at the beginning of that transformation, a grim testing ground where method overtook chaos. But Chełmno also represents something else. It represents the fragility of historical memory. Because the Nazis dismantled it. Because documentation was destroyed. Because survivors were few. Because the physical landscape was altered. Had investigators arrived weeks later, had testimony not been recorded, had local memory faded, Chełmno might have slipped into obscurity, reduced to rumor rather than record. Its survival in history depends on fragments. On the testimony of men who escaped the forest. On villagers who remembered smoke and trucks. On investigators who exhumed charred remains from beneath layers of earth. On historians who reconstructed timelines from scattered documents. This is why Chełmno matters. It forces us to understand that genocide is not only about scale, it is about process, about experimentation, about gradual normalization. Chełmno reveals how killing can become administrative routine before it becomes globally recognized catastrophe. It also confronts us with the unsettling role of proximity. The camp was not hidden in some unreachable wilderness. It operated near towns, roads, rail lines. Trains moved through ordinary landscapes. Smoke rose over ordinary forests. The machinery of death coexisted with daily life. This coexistence challenges comforting narratives. It suggests that atrocity does not require total societal blindness, only enough indifference, fear, or compliance to allow it to proceed. In the decades since liberation, memorialization efforts at Chełmno have sought to balance documentation with reverence. The site is marked not by spectacle, but by sobriety. Names of destroyed communities are preserved. Educational programs explain the use of gas vans, not to sensationalize but to clarify how methodical the system was. Visitors walk through the forest paths knowing that beneath the soil lie traces of lives that were never meant to be remembered. And yet, remembrance persists. Chełmno also broadens our understanding of the Holocaust chronology. It reminds us that the transition from persecution to systematic extermination did not happen overnight. It evolved. It adapted, tested methods. It refined them. By the time larger extermination centers were fully operational, the essential logic had already been demonstrated here. Deport, deceive, kill, erase. Chełmno stands as a warning about the power of incremental escalation. Hatred becomes policy. Policy becomes logistics. Logistics become routine. Routine becomes murder. And when murder becomes routine, it no longer feels extraordinary to those carrying it out. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of Chełmno is not the gas vans themselves, but the ordinariness of the system that sustained them. Drivers followed schedules. Guards followed orders. Clerks recorded numbers. Rail officials coordinated arrivals. Genocide did not require constant rage. It required efficiency. That is why Chełmno's legacy is not confined to the past. It asks us to examine how modern systems function, how bureaucracies can obscure moral responsibility, how language can soften violence, how categories can reduce human beings to problems to be solved. Chełmno teaches that dehumanization is not an abstract concept. It is a process that unfolds step by step, often quietly. And so we return to the forest, to the manor house that once processed arrivals under false promises of relocation, to the trucks that drove into the woods and returned empty, to the earth that concealed ash and bone. The Nazis tried to ensure that nothing would remain. They tried to turn Chełmno into a blank space in history. But blank spaces invite questions. And questions invite investigation. And investigation keeps memory alive. Tonight, as this documentary closes, Chełmno stands not only as the site of immense suffering, but as proof that truth can outlast erasure, that testimony can outlive destruction, that even when structures fall and documents burn, the past can still be reconstructed. Chełmno was the camp of the Gasvans. It was an early chapter in a system that would engulf millions. It was designed to disappear. It did not. And remembering it fully, carefully, and without distortion is part of ensuring that systems built on dehumanization are recognized before they are allowed to grow. The forest is quiet now, but the silence is not empty. It speaks. The story of Chełmno does not end with liberation. It ends with responsibility. What happened in that quiet Polish village was not chaos. It was not sudden madness. It was not an uncontrollable eruption of violence. It was organized, scheduled, engineered. It was carried out through paperwork, engines, lists, and routines, through people who chose to obey, through systems that rewarded efficiency over conscience. Chełmno reminds us that genocide does not begin with gas chambers. It begins with language, with categories, with the slow erosion of empathy. And once that erosion becomes policy, once bureaucracy replaces morality, destruction can unfold with terrifying speed. Tonight, we stepped inside the first permanent extermination site of the Nazi regime. We followed the gas vans into the forest. We traced how deportation became immediate death. We saw how evidence was burned, how graves were opened and hidden, how silence was manufactured. But we also saw something the perpetrators failed to erase. Testimony survived. Fragments survived. Memory survived. Chełmno was designed to vanish from history. Instead, it stands as a warning that systems can be weaponized, that obedience without ethics is dangerous, that indifference is never neutral. As we close this documentary, take a quiet moment to reflect, not only on the scale of loss, but on the mechanisms that made it possible. Understanding those mechanisms is how remembrance becomes protection. If you value deeply researched, calm, and honest historical documentaries like this, stories that examine not just what happened, but how and why it happened, consider supporting the channel. Subscribe and join us as we continue exploring the hidden systems, forgotten sites, and difficult truths of history, so that silence never replaces understanding. Thank you for watching, and never forget,